short. Now, Nikhil, I know we're supposed to remain impartial here, but I can't help but be a fan of the MLC West squad in these teal jerseys. They are amazing.
Yeah, definitely like the newly arrived jerseys. And also, I think just the quality of players on both teams should be a very enticing game of cricket. End of the first over, 5 for none.
And not just the quality of the players on show here, but the sartorial quality. The jerseys worn by the MLC West. Love the teal. And Justin Gill, off air, was a big fan of the MLC East jerseys because it made him recall the memories of World Series cricket. Now, we had a look online, and it's not purple, it's not red, it's not magenta. Justin Gill dug deep into the Crayola box to describe these jerseys as mauve. Mauve jerseys. That's what we're doing here in Prairie View.
So Van Schalvik, Shadley Van Schalvik from South Africa. Take things up from the highway end. And much like yesterday, this West team will be looking to take early wickets. The East did lose Smith Patel quite early, but today's looked pretty much on song so far.
Shadley Van Schalkwyk, based in Seattle, goes by Shadow. That's his nickname amongst his teammates in the West squad. He's based up in Seattle with Harmeet Singh and also Andres Hos. Almost as impressive as these teal jerseys for the West squad is Nate Hayes breaking out the Hawaiian shirt today. Never too late. You missed the memo with me and PJ Cuddles yesterday, but I'm very, very excited to see Nate breaking it out today. Well done, Nate Hayes.
So, Peter, you would have watched a full day's action of cricket yesterday. What really stood out to you about the way that the US Invitational 11 were able to be victorious in the first game of this Houston Challenge?
Well, Rusty Tehran, first and foremost, his spell, and he was taking that experience from yesterday and giving a pep talk to the West squad in terms of how to bowl today. He was talking about bowling cross seam. He felt the conditions were very helpful if you got that ball scuffed up a bit and started to bowl cross seam rather than trying to rely on swing. He said there was definitely assistance if you got the ball to hit the seam on a scramble team. You could get extra bounce for the ones that hit the seam, and then there's others that just skid a bit lower. So he was using the experience he got from yesterday to try and impart that to the West squad today. We'll see what happens with this new ball pair.
Really connects with that one, Smith Patel, but times it straight to the man. So the second match of this Houston Challenge. Remember, 3 MLC teams as well as the USA Invitational 11. You mentioned Rusty Tehran. We'll hear from him on the mic a bit later on.
Rusty did it all the last 48 hours here in Texas. Big shout. And the finger goes up from the umpire. Shadley Van Schalkwyk strikes here at the end of his first over. Got it full enough, and that's what Rusty Tehran was talking about. You bowl the scrambled seam instead of trying to get swing in these windy conditions. Shadley was getting some decent bounce early in the over, but this one just skids a bit lower, And Smith Patel can't get the bat down in time, and now he's got to walk off for 3.
Well, another disappointing start for Patel. Just unable to really get substantial runs, but a good delivery from Van Skalvik, full at the stumps. And that early bit of moisture may be helping him. Ball just skid on to Smith Patel. Here's a look at it again. You can see there, just got a bit of inward movement, maybe some seam off that surface. That live green grass, always an assist to those seamers. Van Skalvik and the West strike very early. We'll bring Cody Shetty to the crease. He was mightily impressive yesterday. But again, just got to start and threw it away.
Before Cody Chetty leaves Texas, I'm determined to get him to answer the question about how a Dolphin can grip a cricket bat with flippers. He's still wearing that Dolphins franchise helmet from South Africa. One of the great mysteries in the cricket world. Do you have any idea, Nikhil? How does a Dolphin with its flippers grip a cricket bat? I'm mystified.
Well, Peter, you always putting me on the spot, asking me tough questions. I only know about cricket. When it comes to Dolphins and others, I leave that to the experts like you. But a lot on Sateja Mukkamala's shoulders yet again. Yesterday got a really good start. Very impressed by the under-19. 27 in just 40 balls until he was undone by the spin. But a new challenge today, Peter. I think I want to see him building on that start.
It's been a habit of his where he gets good 20s and 30s and then sometimes just struggles to kick on. He's got all the technical skills, but he's still a young guy. He's still a teenager. It's just about continuing on. He needs to work on his fitness a little bit, get that stamina in place so that when he does get a start, he doesn't get tired and wind up giving his wicket away just through lack of that stamina or endurance. But you can see here, standing up to the short pitch bowling, he's somebody who's always confident against the short ball. He's not going to be intimidated by Karmi LaRue here.
Yeah, what I like the most, I think, about that short delivery is he's a good puller of the ball as well. So when it is in his area, he will get under it and try to hit it, look to find the boundary, especially in his first 10 overs. We'll get a good dosage of seam today. A lot of good seamers in the 11 for this West team. You saw 2 already in LaRue and Shadi Van Skalvik. Of course, also got Bhaskar Yadram, Hamad Azam, Ken Bol as well. And he will get off the mark. Have to hurry at the keeper's end. Does get there in the end, though. So 1 round to end the over. At the end of 3, 7 for 1. And a quick look at the teams for you. Just a look at the East. It's pretty much the same team from yesterday. Smith Patel, who we just saw dismissed. They do have a lot of batting to come. Milan Kumar, Saidip Ganesh, Mohammad Mohsin can hit a few. Sanjay Krishnamurti as well. And a look at the West now. First time in action for them in this tournament. And another stacked lineup. Still haven't seen David White, Shehan Jayasuriya. They will come to play Sami Aslam, Unmukt Chan with the bat in hand. Pretty strong 11s there, Peter.
Just shows the first class experience that's been part of this series.
Already piling on the pressure here so far. Just 2.5 runs per over. So Van Schalkwyk, Leroux, I think the consistency has been the main impressive thing. No real deliveries for Mukkamalla or Cody Shetty, who hasn't faced yet. But any of these batters to really look for the boundaries.
What we saw yesterday from both sides, they were quite methodical in the power play. And kind of mentality of attack, attack, attack with the field up and only 2 men out. It's kind of going out the window. At least in the American domestic scene. The only player you really see go pedal to the metal in the power play on a consistent basis is Steven Taylor. And we hope to see Steven tomorrow when USA gets back in action. It's a late arrival. Was not part of the squad yesterday, but he will be here for the rest of the week.
Yeah, we have seen this throughout the 2 days, though. A lot of batters on the front foot having to make that adjustment on that good length. Some steep bounce, variable bounce, pretty much known at this Prairie View Cricket Complex.
And part of the issue they're dealing with, that difficulty, is the wind conditions. You got a stiff wind blowing into the face of Sai Mukkamalla at the moment.
So a double there from Mukkamalla. Strategia Mukkamalla, Peter, if you can spend some time on him. What most are you looking forward to seeing from a young player under 19 in a series like this against so many quality players?
It's just an opportunity to build confidence. He's a teenager out of Plainsboro, New Jersey. For people not familiar with their New Jersey geography, that's South Jersey. It's closer to Princeton. And he's spent a lot of time developing at the Dream Cricket Academy. He's spent about 1.5 years in India as well, training there. And
This one will be runs. Should be another couple for Mukkamalla. No opting against it. Yeah, continue in terms of Strategia Mukkamalla, you were saying?
well, another thing that shows the experience that he's gained in a short space of time in his early burgeoning professional career, he knows how to count to 6, because so far Cody Shetty has yet to face a delivery. Sai Mukkamalla farming the strike, and he's going to be on strike to start the next over as well. So Cody Chetty's been out there close to 10 minutes now. Yet to face a ball. But Sai went to India for about 1.5 years. That's when he was really starting to harbor ambitions of a professional career in cricket. But he just, according to his dad, didn't enjoy the lifestyle as much as he thought he would. He liked his way of life in New Jersey, and with Major League Cricket starting to come along, the opportunity to believe that you could have a professional career in America and you don't need to stay in India or go to India or go overseas to try and get professional opportunities, that really helped encourage him to come back to New Jersey after 1.5 years rather than stay in India where he wasn't enjoying 100% of everything. And that's one of the great things about this series and what Major League Cricket is doing, is that it's opening up opportunities for the likes of Sai Mukkamalla as Karmi Luru runs in for the start of his third over. Well, you know, a player like Karmi, Leroux, Shadley Van Schalkwyk, Unmuk Chand, who's fielding in slip right now, Sami Aslam, these guys have had their professional opportunities overseas. The guys growing up in the U.S., they haven't had that historically, but now, over the course of the next few years, starting with minor league cricket, its inaugural season last year, and over the next few years in minor league cricket and major league cricket, you're going to get guys like Sai Mukkamalla starting to emerge. And rather than having to go to India, Hyderabad, or to Mumbai, or to Bangalore to try and develop their skills. You see it also with guys like Sai Mukkamalla was training in Bangalore previously with Jai Kumar. Abhishek Paradkar, who's at university in England right now at Leeds. One of the reasons why Abhishek Paradkar is at Leeds is because he thought there's not going to be opportunities to spend my college years in the U.S. to really develop my skills. Well, now, talking to Sai Mukkamalla yesterday, he says he plans on going to Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, because he feels there's enough infrastructure that's starting to develop in and around New Jersey, not necessarily on the Rutgers campus. You still don't have NCAA cricket as a full-fledged varsity sport. You have it as a club sport.
Time for you to develop that. I want to be watching March Madness for cricket, Peter.
One day before I die, it'll happen, Nikhil. I have faith. But absolutely, the college university atmosphere where you get what you see 77,000 people in New Orleans at the Superdome for the Final Four. I think a lot of people would dream of seeing that one day for cricket, and Sai Mukkamalla feels he doesn't need to go to England or India for university. He can accomplish his professional ambitions right here in America, in the state of New Jersey, and in Texas at the moment.
Yeah, I've definitely seen something about him, though. Yesterday, I think that innings, yes, he only got 27, but surely had a big got a spark about him. During that finals weekend where we both did commentary, we did see something about him. But I definitely think, you know, he has a bright future, and it's credit to MLC as well, Peter, for seeing a young talent in the likes of Krishnamurti, Mukkamalla, and investing in him by having them play this tournament. End of the 5th over, a maiden for Leroux. It's 11 for 1. So Van Schalvik back for his third. Both bowlers very economical. Another dot delivery.
Cody Chetty finally on strike now. Said before, he used to play for the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. That was the franchise in South Africa, the sponsor. And now he lives close to Hollywood, a different Hollywood, out in Southern California. He's living in Orange County. He's been part of the minor league setup in Southern California.
Yeah, speaking of Van Schalvik, he really enjoys his time in the United States so far. You know, just the lifestyle, the fact that he's able to play cricket at such a high level amongst so many high players. And also, I think for a lot of these guys, Peter, it's the aspect of being able to coach as well. And coach a lot of the younger talent in the United States. That, I think, is a big selling point, given, I mean, these guys are very experienced. You look at someone like Umuk Chan. They have so much knowledge to share. And there's also that market for the amount of youth in the U.S. who want to play cricket and will look up to players like Van Schalvik or Umuk Chan or Sami Aslam.
It's not just the technical aspects, just the mental approach. You hear a lot of the younger players, one of the things they bring up is getting a chance to talk to Corey Anderson or Liam Plunkett and just picking their brains, getting a chance to be in the change room with them, learning how they approach the game, talking to Rusty Tron and what's he thinking about when he's setting a field or wants to bowl. Young players gain an awful lot from that. You learn a lot on video just by watching guys bat and bowl technically, but you can't put a price on that in-person experience. And then fitness is another thing these guys are learning. And I have to ask you, Nikhil. Is there a gym in the team hotel that you guys are staying at? Because so far for the first 5 overs, I'm looking at Unmukchand at slip, and all he's doing is push-ups, and now he's doing some calisthenics. Do they not have a gym that he can exercise?
Oh, they definitely have a gym. And I know a lot of these guys use it as well. Another maiden over, so consecutive maidens. They're really turning on the pressure. That one was very close to taking the outside edge. End of 6, 11 for 1.
Maybe Unmukchand is in a neck-and-neck race at the moment with Nastush Kenjigate to see who can have the highest beep test score. I heard the chat after the game on the way back to the parking lot. Samir Mehta was saying that Unmukchand is got his beep test is over 20 right now. And Nastush Kenjigate is, I think he said 20.3. Healthy competition, raising the standards here in America.
Gonna hurt. Carmi LaRue again. Off that good length. Just hitting the midsection. Satija Mukkamalla.
It's an awfully broad geographical area, the midsection, Nikhil, to describe that delivery.
Keeping things PG, you know, Peter.
Yes, it's Nate Hayes is saying in the background, the abdomen. The ab guard is coming into play there for Nate. Me and Nate had a lengthy chat about the nuances of cricket and how what we would call the cup in American sports is the quote abdominal guard, which is really nowhere near the abdomen, if you're being precise. Asha Mosley, the physio, is out to, more than anything, give some moral support to Sai Mukkamalla right now. I'm not sure there's much that a physio can do for getting hit where Sai just got hit. It's just going to have to take a few minutes to gather himself and recover, get his win back. But Asha Mosley, very involved in the CPL. I've seen her at Trinbago Knight Riders. I've seen her at St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. She's very, very highly regarded physio in the cricket world, in the U.S. and the Caribbean.
Yeah, it has been around for a long time, Asha Mosley. As you said, many years for TKR, then the last CPL at the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots with Dwayne Bravo.
Unmukchand, who was fielding his slip, is giving Sai a pat on the back. And now Asha Mosley is leaving the field. It looks like Carmi LaRue is going to spark a trip to a Dick's Sporting Goods later today for Sai Mukkamalla to get a replacement for that ab guard that has been shattered by Carmi LaRue. Well, that's one way to describe a bullseye, Nikhil. Right on the money. And that cup or that ab guard is worth every penny for Sai Mukkamalla, who was smashed there just now. And I don't know if they allocated budget money for replacement ab guards, Nikhil, but we're going to have to talk to Justin Gill to make sure they've got that on the line item budget going forward when you got Carmi LaRue bowling like that.
Yeah, it shows you how really heavy of a ball Carmi LaRue is bowling. Thought they could actually shatter the ab guard, as you said. But after all of that, we do seem to have a new ab guard for Mukkamalla. hasn't really been able to score Sai Mukkamalla. Just 4 from 20, but the point is, still at the crease.
And Mukchan now has come out of slip, and he's looks like he's at kind of a leg gully.
Oh, goes short again, but this time too short. Will be 4 more. Like the aggression, though, from Leroux. Just hit Mukkamalla, then going back to that short delivery, but it is wide, so bonus runs for this MLC East team.
I was expecting the short ball after what happened to Sai previously. He's going to be unsettled after getting hit in the box, so there was no surprise to get the short ball, but Carmi got a little bit carried away there. And the amazing thing about that, he's bowling into the wind. So even with the wind blowing against him, he's able to dig it in that short and get it to sail over Lahira Malanta, the keeper.
Yeah, Malanta really had no chance.
And now he follows it up with the Yorker. Clever bowling here from Carmi Leroux, and also a near run-out chance. Have a look at the replay as Mukkamalla spears out the Yorker. And that would have been out. Cody Chetty was long gone. So another missed run-out chance here in the opening overs. Mukkamalla could have been run out for a diamond duck before he faced a delivery in the first over. He survives, and now Cody Chetty survives a chance at square leg.
So another wide, another extra. Just 2 wide from Carmi Leroux. You can see what he's trying to do, though. Just slow the scoring. Should be another single quite comfortably for Cody Chetty. So he's finally underway. This is a masterful spell so far, though, from Carmi Leroux. Just keeping it extremely tight, yes. Besides the 5 wides he's bowled in this over. On the back foot, was there some inside edge that saved Mukkamalla in the end. So another dot to finish the over. Just a quick look at that replay before we close the over. See though, yeah, big inside edge. Tell me, all right. So ends the over after 7, 21 for 1.
This is scoring it as a legal ball instead of wides. That's the issue. So his ball's face is off. The score is right.
So Van Skalvik back into the attack. These two expect to bowl both 4 over stints. I do mention the plethora of bowling options that they do have at their disposal. The captain, Hamad Azam. So he will have a lot of thinking to do in terms of how he rotates his bowlers. Remember, 50 over encounter, plenty of time. Oh, Ariel, has he taken it? He has. What a catch that is at point. Shehan Jayasuriya could only laugh. Superb catch. Had to time that dive. Cody Shetty's walking back. Van Skalvik's got his second.
Well, there are a number of things about this that are really impressive. The angle that it was coming, the wind is blowing crossways. And Shehan Jayasuriya battling both to pluck a one-handed stunner at backward point. And Cody Chetty thought he played this with softer hands than he did in reality. Just wasn't able to keep the ball down.
I've got to see that one again. At one, for a moment, I did think it bounced first, but Jayasuriya claimed it. The umpires didn't have a problem with it. So what a catch that was, though. Again, on that good length, he's operated there pretty much throughout the day. Shadi Van Skalvik. I think it's good, actually, in the end.
It's that angle that Shadley Van Skalvik is using, bowling wide of the crease, angling it in. That one was really on a 5th, 6th stump line, but he's getting some seam. And Chetty pushes hard at it, away from his body. It goes low to backward point. Shehan Jayasuriya stabs at it at shoe top height and is able to cling on. And not just the umpires, but Cody Chetty walked off pretty quickly too. He was comfortable that it was a clean catch. So great work from the former Sri Lankan international. And now one of his fellow countrymen, Milan Kumar, comes out to the middle.
So Milan Kumar, really good innings yesterday. Run about 31. Had the game in so much control. And you felt if he spent some more time at the crease, the MLC East team could have been a lot closer, but just give it away in the end. So today we're looking to sort of build on that. Really is a class player. But Shadi Van Skalvik, this spell here, not usually known for his new ball bowling, But as you said, with that angle bowling wide of the crease, balls just seaming in has caused some problems for the batters early on. Yeah, again, very straight to these batters. Like this from Van Schalvik. And Kumar finally will get off the mark to end the over. So just a single and a wicket from it. Van Schalvik doing the job for his MLC West team. 22 for 2. Peter, really good start for the West team. How do the East really go about things from here? How do they get back into this game?
I think it'll be similar to what we saw yesterday. It's just trying to see off this new ball spell and then take your chances if you can, if and when spin gets introduced to the attack. But you're going to be taking on a former India under-19 and IPL representative in Harmeet Singh if that's the case. This West squad loaded with seam options, so if you're banking on trying to score off spin, it's highly unlikely based on the 11 that's on the field right now. You've got Bhaskar Yadram, Hamad Azam. You can also bowl Rohan Posanapalli, who's part of the squad today as well. USA under-19 up-and-coming player out of California.
I think they won't be wanting to go to any spin option anytime soon. The longer that Milind Kumar spends at the crease, just saw yesterday how well he played the likes of Noshish Kenjige, Kareem Agor. It was a seam that did him in the end. He just completely dominated the spin. And from India, I expect him to be such a good player of spin. Much fuller this time from LaRue. Does have that change-up delivery. Peter, because of such a hard length that he hits, when he does go to that full delivery, it can be somewhat of a surprise.
Just another example. You're seeing somebody use that height to create all sorts of different angles to disrupt the rhythm of the batter. Saw it from Cornet Dry yesterday, and here again, great example from Carmi LaRue today. Saw him go with the short ball, back of a length, bowling to Sai Mukkamalla, and now he's trying to pitch it up to Milind Kumar. Who, yes, as you said, former Indian professional, not Sri Lankan. People who are following along wondering, why on earth am I associating Shehan Jayasuriya with Milind Kumar as countrymen? No, Shehan is Sri Lankan, Milind Kumar is Indian.
You know, I did have a think about that, Peter, but then I said, how can I challenge the great Peter De La Pena? This guy knows everything, cricket encyclopedia when it comes to the USA cricketers. Short delivery, really short. One for the over signal.
It's one big happy family here in Texas, Nikhil.
One thing I want to ask you about, Peter, we didn't really have a chance to talk about this, but since the last finals weekend, which we did together in North Carolina, how much did you just enjoy? It was like a festival of cricket that weekend. I mean, a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Maybe like on terms of the pinnacle, in terms of things I've covered or done from a commentary perspective. But for you, with that vast experience around so many tournaments, just be 2 Milind Kumar runs really well between the wickets. So from that commentary perspective, you covering it based on the other events you would have done, how did that stack up, that finals weekend for the minor league championships last year in North Carolina?
Well, it's not just about the on-field action. It's the community support, everything that is around Morrisville that makes that event special, and just the other aspects of the event that you don't get to see everywhere. All hands on deck, whether it's the volunteers or the paid staff. When you see somebody like Josh Dascom bending his back to do anything and everything to make the event special,
Thank you, Peter.
there's nothing that Josh won't do to make an event go off seamlessly.
Thank you. Those are kind words.
What goes over the top, Mukkamalla, he's seen enough. Just one bounce in the boundary. He's watched for a long time, Sateja Mukkamalla, just getting a bit bogged down. Vance Caplan may be becoming a bit predictable with that length. And Mukkamalla, mid on up in the circle, cashes in.
Just a bit too full, and you can see when you get your eye in, there are runs in this wicket. The pitch generally offers some good, consistent bounce. If you get the ball to hit the seam, it might skid a little bit, but more often than not, you can trust the ball to be able to hit through the line. That's just what Sai Mukkamalla did there.
Oh, look at this. That's even better and bigger. Anything short, Mukkamalla has been so proficient against. But wow, that was a shot of a senior man. This guy's only under 19.
Overcorrection there, not in a good way from Shadley Van Skalkvik. He went too full the previous delivery and tries to go drag the length back, and Sai Mukkamalla was waiting for it. Leans back, swivels the hips in, hammers this over the leg side rope, and that's how we grow him in the Garden State, Nikhil. The pride of Plainsboro, New Jersey, Sai Mukkamalla taking on Shadley Van Skalkvik.
Well, speaking of that finals weekend, he did have a good chance to look at Mukkamalla for the New Jersey Stallions. Team did get to the finals, and he was mighty impressive, but I just think those couple of months since, he's come back, refined his game a lot more mature, and I just so amazed to be able to face now on 2 consecutive days the high quality bowling he has. He's got another start. This time, though, I'm hoping that he can cash in. 10 runs from the first 2 deliveries of this over. And all of a sudden, that scoring rate gone up closer to that 4 run and over mark. That's what one big over does for you.
It's also severely disfigured the bowling figures for Shadley Van Skalkvik, who was nearly blemish-free up until this over, and now taking some punishment from Sai Mukkamalla.
Big innings, I think, for Milind Kumar. Just didn't really get the amount of runs he would have been looking for in that Houston Open. Then yesterday got a big start, and he timed it ready from ball 1. So you think if he can begin like that again today, maybe looking for a triple figure total, but that's a long way away. Does get this in the gap. Should be an easy 2.
You can see just how windy it is here as Harmeet Singh's Patka is blown off. Now he's trying to readjust his shotgun, his hair. One of the Sikh players here, Harmeet Singh, but it is a heavy, heavy, heavy wind here in Prairie View today.
Well, Harmeet Singh, speaking of him, I think he will be very effective today. So excited to see how he goes about it when he does come on to bowl with his left arm spin. Such a wicket taker. So another single to end the over. And it will be 14 from the over. Just sort of the big over that the MLC East needed to get them back on track. But Skalvik, rare, expensive over comes to an end. 38 for 2 after the first 10. First 10 overs, Peter. Who's the happier of the two teams?
Well, if you asked me after the first 9 overs, I would have said hands down the MLC West squad in the field. But that 14-run over just now with Sai Mukkamalla rocking Shadley and Skalvik has just tipped the scales a bit closer to even at the moment. A bit closer to even. I still think MLC West is in front. The East squad hasn't exactly run away, 38 and 10 overs with 2 wickets down, but they're gaining confidence now after that last over.
Oh, almost some steep bounce, no ball signal though. So you will have to reball that one, Carmi LaRue. But just an uncomfortable area for Milind Kumar. I still think the MLC West team, even after that big 14-run over, won't mind this too much. First 10, keeping them to under 4 and over. Have taken 2 crucial wickets as well. They are a deep batting lineup, this MLC East team. You need to continuously take wickets if you want to ebb the flow. Well, clears his left foot and goes over the top. You can't do that when you have a free hit. And he does get another boundary, so runs beginning to really flow for this MLC East team. Milind Kumar getting on the app.
Clever from Milind Kumar. He knew he was going to try and back away from the stumps because the ball and the wind is blowing kind of east, southeast towards the farthest end of the ground. So he's going to have to try and access the offside to use the wind, and he did just that. Carmi LaRue was trying to get it as straight as possible to force him to play into the leg side where he's going to be hitting into the wind. But that was just good bowling matched up by good batting by Milind Kumar, backing away to use the conditions to his advantage. And now you see Carmi LaRue cramp him up, tuck him up for him with that short ball. We've seen that a lot from Carmi LaRue today.
And as you can see, that variable bounce still a problem. And anytime you see batters being hit on the glove, yesterday we saw Xavier Marshall, Aaron Jones being struck. And that last delivery, Milind Kumar rose on him.
And that's why you see John again come back into that gully position. That short ball.
Well, the one thing I do like about Carmi LaRue is just bowls with that aggression. Never afraid to use that shorter delivery.
John, that leg goalie is just out of the camera frame from the front on camera view. But he's not more than 10 yards away from this striker just behind square. An awful lot of discussions here. We've had Unmachan have some chats for the boards. We've got now David White running from mid-wicket. Hamad Azam at mid-on. Everybody's got some advice to offer Carmi LaRue at the moment as to how to try and dislodge Sai Mukkamalla, who's stood up to the challenge very well so far here in the first hour of play.
Just be one down to third man. But you have to admit, last couple of overs, just been a completely different batting approach from these two in the middle. And one that I think is very beneficial to the East. Yesterday, the key to the Invitational 11's batting performance was all about partnerships. This one already worth 24. And they haven't looked to really be threatened at any point. Yeah, I think that's where LaRue is so effective. Needs to be there a lot more often. A lot straighter. So a dot to end the over. After 11, it's 45 for 2. So for the first time today, a change in bowling. Basket Yadram comes into the attack. And also a change in commentary. Josh Dascom joins me. Josh. 45 for 2. Pretty interesting start.
Thanks, Nikhil. Just working out how to turn my mic on, but now we're sorted. All good. Great to be here in Prairie View for another great day of cricket. Here for 4 more days as well after this. It should be a great week.
Yeah, certainly. Basket Yadram with his seam could make a difference. Have to rebowl that one though. Unorthodox action for Yadram. First 10 overs, we did see pretty much a economical start, Josh, but the last couple, Milind Kumar and Sai Mukkamalla have really brought the attack to these seamers.
Spot on there, Nikhil. It's interesting. They've probably persisted with LaRue and Vinchalkwi a little bit longer than you normally would, probably in search of that third wicket. Trying to get 3 in the power play, really put the East team on the back foot. Not to be, and these batsmen will be looking to build a partnership now.
Yeah, I was quite surprised as well, just to see how long he persisted. Usually you do see their seamers opening the bowling in 50 over cricket tend to go with a 3 or 4 over stint. But 5 and 6 overs is a lot. Especially given the options that Hamad Azam, I mean himself, Azam can bowl pace. A lot of different seam options for Basket Yadram who are seeing into the attack now for this West team. It was pretty surprising to see 11 overs between the opening bowlers. In the air, but just out of the reach of extra cover. And it will be a no ball. So a free hit coming up for this West team.
See Sai Mukkamalla looking to come back for the second there. Take it full advantage of the free hit coming up, but wasn't to be. Milind with a firm no call to that one. And now he'll be looking to unsettle Bhaskar early in his spell here.
Sai Mukkamalla, under 19 US player. Josh, we spoke off here about him yesterday. What has really impressed you yet again about him today?
I think the amount of time that he's got at the crease, Nikhil. You know, he's playing some of the best players in the country here and doesn't look out of place. And a lot of that comes down to the amount of time that he's got at the crease to play his shots. Hasn't looked hurried up too many times. And he's really holding his own today. And hopefully it's the start of a big season for him and a long career ahead.
A free hit. There is a man in the deep, but won't even carry. Wants to. Chance of a run out for Milind Kumar, but goes at the wrong end. I have seen players really slip in the middle of the surface. That could have been disastrous. Luckily, he retains his footing. So just the one in the end. Yeah, as you said, Josh Mukkamalla, I think, under 19, I think that's what's the most amazing thing. The fact that he's so young, but the way he's batting against high-quality players who would play the first-class cricket all around the world has the makings of a very impressive young player and a bright career to come, you would think.
Absolutely. And this is a kind of opportunity that someone at his age will do amazing things for his development as a batsman. Facing bowlers that are a higher quality than what he would have faced previously, playing 50-over cricket and learning how to build an innings. It's a great development opportunity for him, and hopefully we'll see him carry on with this start again today.
This time, though, does get it past extra cover and mid-off. And he's just timed it so well that it will get into the boundary. This was exactly what Mukkamalla was able to do yesterday. Really good shot from him.
Just capitalises on a loose one here from Yadram. Looking to get into his spell, and he's a bit unsettled early. Oversteps. And then over pitches and gets hit for 4. Mukkamalla moves on to 24.
Another single.
Great running there by Mukkamalla. Makes it back for 2. And that's a key for him through the middle of the innings here, Achilles. Running hard between the wickets, turning the strike over, and not facing too many dot balls will be the key to taking this start and turning it into an innings of substance and building a big total for the East.
So ends Yadram's over.
No. No ball and single, right? This is correct now? There's a single off the free hit. So you've only got 5 legal balls written down there, Peter. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry, you got the one there. Yeah.
So who's on strike now, Milind?
No, Sai. We'll see spin for the first time today. High quality left arm spinner Harmeet Singh from the Seattle Thunderbolts. In and bowls. Mukkamalla.
So Bhaskar Yardran's first over, very expensive. Went for 11. How does he come back in this one? Bowling to a well set Mukkamalla, Milind Kumar, anything. He will pounce on anything in his area. He will go after Milind Kumar. What is it like, though, Josh, having a player of the caliber of Milind Kumar, been part of that Delhi Daredevils setup, the Royal Challengers Bangalore from India, with his vast experience?
Yes, absolutely, and it's a this is a great opportunity for Sai to bat with someone of that experience as well. Milind's obviously played a lot of domestic cricket in India, including in the IPL, and to bat with someone of that experience against the quality of this opposition, it's going to be great for Sai. And it's great for cricket in general to have someone like Milind, with his experience, part of the setup here in the US.
You mentioned that experience, 46 first class matches with an average of 46.7, as well as 58 T20s. So much cricket he would have played over time. Really a great acquisition by the MLC to get him.
Absolutely, and a key part of the Philadelphians set up in the minor league cricket. Joined by Liam Plunkett this year. Sure to be a contender in the Eastern Division.
Yeah, Liam Plunkett, the coach of this MLC East team. His experience winning that 2019 World Cup with England, playing county cricket for a number of years.
Yeah, it's been great to have him around the setup for the first time this week, Nikhil. He's obviously only recently finished his career in the UK and certainly interested in being involved in high-performance coaching moving forward. And I think to see the value that he's been able to add, not just to the Eastern team, but to the broader group, has been fantastic. Obviously having played at the highest level for as long as he did, can pass on a lot of that knowledge to a lot of these guys out here and hopefully contribute to the growth of the domestic talent pool here in this country.
More runs for Mukkamalla. Again, another platform built for Sateja Mukkamalla. Comes back for an easy 2. But yeah, someone like a Bhaskar Yadram, young seamer, will benefit mightily, you think, from having a Liam Plunkett around. Similar bowlers in the sense that not the quickest, but both do hit that good length and can get that bounce.
Absolutely. Bhaskar coming for as high as he does. And quite often, Nikhil, when someone has a bit of an awkward delivery stride like Bhaskar, it makes the ball feel quicker than normal because you have trouble picking it up because it is a bit different. So what a catch! Lahiru Malantha with the one-handed stunner, and that'll be the end of Mukkamalla.
What a catch that is! Diving to his right, Malantha just holds on, and Bhaskar Yadram, it's a bit of an expensive spell, but he gets the wicket, the big wicket of Sateja Mukkamalla, who was just looking to kick into phase 2. That will also mean the drinks break, so a short break, and we'll be right back. Mukkamalla's got to go for 31. The MLC East team 61 for 3. And it will be drinks. So back at the PV5 venue, Bhaskar Yadram finally striking. What a catch it was by Lahiru Malantha. You can see there just outside edge, diving full stretch to his right. Low catch as well. So Sanjay Krishnamurti comes to the crease.
It's one member of the 2021 under-19 class replaced by another Nikhil.
Josh just went outside. You can see how much wind is really blowing. So that's something for these players to deal with as well. Shoulders the first delivery. Krishnamurti ends the successful 14th over. 61 for 3.
Be interesting to see if that wicket gives Yadram any confidence to run in a bit harder here. A little bit of confidence under his belt now, and another wicket here, and the East will be reeling.
Yeah, so Harmeet Singh, sort of that proven wicket taker. Big asset to have for Hamad Azam.
One or two left arm finger spinning options in the lineup today, Nikhil, Hamid and Umar Khan. Both very talented.
But we did see the likes of Saideep Ganesh bat at this position yesterday. But today, Sanjay Krishnamurti comes up ahead of him.
That one's up.
And
He's
gone.
Hamad Azam takes the catch. And Milind Kumar on his way.
Well, how often do we see in this game, Josh, when you have a wicket, one wicket leads to another? And Milind Kumar, not the wicket that the East would have wanted to lose. 2 set batters gone. And Harmeet Singh, I just mentioned at the beginning of the over how much of a wicket taker he is. That will really cost and hurt the chances of this MLC East team. They've lost their 2 set batters in the space of less than an over.
Right you are. And just as I mentioned it on comms, Nikhil, all of a sudden, 4 for 61, and they're right behind. They're very much in a little bit of strife here.
Yeah, in a lot of trouble. And we saw this yesterday. They just continuously lost wickets with batters getting starts. And I mean, yes, we've still got a lot of batting to come with these two. Saideep Ganesh, Sanjay Krishnamurti. Mohammad Mohsin can bat as well. But you don't want to be losing this amount of wickets so early on. It's a 50-over encounter, Josh.
That's spot on. It's going to take a mighty real rebuild effort here from 2 youngsters. It's a great opportunity for them to really propel the East up to a winning total here.
Well, both Ganesh and...
It's just a short ball that's appeared to... He looks back at the wicket, but I'm not sure it's done a whole lot off the wicket there.
I think it was the arm ball for
Caught the
Harmeet Singh.
slice, jammed it up a little bit, and he's managed to do nothing more than hit it to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think
We'll
it was...
watch a replay again.
Just seemed to bounce a bit more than Milind Kumar expected. High off the bat, and the captain, Hamad Azam, he's not going to make any mistake with an easy catch like that. So anytime Harmeet Singh has the ball, just anytime I've seen him at least, always in the wickets.
Spot on. I'd love to see them really attack here with these 2 youngsters at a crease. It's unorthodox. The man under the helmet here. Sliding one on with the arm. A big chance of catching the inside edge. Oh, he's...
Yeah, almost through the gate of Saideep Ganesh. Yeah, runs given.
We watch the replay here on screen. Yes, it does just catch the inside edge there. I think I said that there, didn't I, Nikhil? The ball's going to skid on, catch the edge, and go to short leg.
Josh, where is this short leg that you speak of? I'm not seeing it.
I'm telling you, it needs to be in there.
Okay, I understood. Well, we did see yesterday the captaincy from the USA Invitational 11. They had Sushat Modani at short leg. And you're right, in terms of with the pressure on the heat on this MLC East team, yet again with the bat, they have been susceptible to this spin. Have seen a collapse yesterday. End of 15, 62 for 4.
Part that I love about Harmeet Singh and what he does as a bowler, Nikhil, is he challenges both edges of the bat. And what I mean by that is he can get the ball to turn like that last one, just challenging the outside edge, but he can also get the ball to kiss on with the arm, and carry on with the arm and challenge the inside edge of the bat as well and challenge the stumps. And that's what makes him such a good bowler. In addition to his variations in pace, he's also challenging both edges of the bat and making sure the batsmen are playing as many balls as they need to.
As a left-arm spinner yourself, Josh, what do you need to have sort of to be successful at this level? What is that main sort of key for you for any left-arm spinner to be successful? Basquiat, I'm continuing.
Nikhil, I think it's probably a combination of two things. In one-day cricket particularly, it's about being able to change your pace and vary your pace. And the second thing that I'd say is making the batsman play at as many balls as possible. Speaking to a lot of other left-arm spinners that have been successful at the international level, it's often about bowling as many balls as possible that are going to hit the stumps and not giving the batsman any freebies. Keeping the pressure on them always. And in limited overs cricket, that dot ball pressure can lead to wickets. Well, there's a mix-up. Oh!
Krishnamurti wanted the run, but Saideep Ganesh sent him back, probably wisely in the end. Because had he hit there, and imagine another run out at this stage, could have been seriously problematic. Had to pull out the dive as well, Saideep Ganesh. A busy player at the crease. We don't want to be too busy at this stage, Josh. Just need to consolidate for the next 5 to 10 overs.
Absolutely. With 35 overs left in this innings, these batsmen got the opportunity to bat for a long period of time, and not having played much 50-over cricket either locally or at a higher level in this country, I'd love to see these batsmen carry them through until the 45th over.
Well, this is stylish from Saideep Ganesh, and he will get a boundary. Much needed from the MLC East. What I like the most about that, didn't take too much risk. Just controlled it, watched it all the way off the bat.
Not at all, and not a bad option from Yajram, going with the short ball early in the innings, but probably needs that protection with two back on the hook if he's going to look to dig them in. And on that occasion, Ganesh is up to the task, and he pulls that one away to the boundary for 4.
So just a bit too short from Basquiat. I think he doesn't have enough pace on this surface. Just when it's short, Josh, it just tends to sit up, stick in the wicket, and it becomes really easy. We saw Mukkamalla take a liking to when Van Scatway went too short, easily hit it for 6.
And Ganesh, well placed in this situation as well. He's just spent 3 months in Australia at the end of the Australian summer playing club cricket in Adelaide. And the beauty of that journey for a cricketer is that they do get experience playing red ball cricket and playing time cricket, and you learn to build an innings. So coming out off of that experience, will be interesting to see whether or not, with 35 overs left in this innings, he can settle into an innings, take his time, and get this East to what would hope to be a defendable total.
Where should they be aiming? 4 wickets down, 66 runs. Still some batting to come. Where should they be aiming for in terms of runs, based on what you've seen over yesterday and today?
It's a good question, Nikhil. I think, look, at this stage, 66 for 4 in the 15th over. It's really about just consolidating at the moment. But in terms of a total, I think the eastern side would be happy with anything around that 220 mark. Anything above that's a bonus at this stage, I think. 4 for 66. I think if they can find a way between these two and the middle to lower order to get their way up to 220, they'll be feeling that they're in the game. Anything less than 200, and it's just a mental thing as a fielding side. Going out there, needing to defend less than 200, all it takes is one good partnership from the batting side. But if they can get over that 200 mark, get up towards 220, 230, I think East will be fancying themselves this afternoon.
But we did see that 250 set by the US Invitational 11. Proved to be a daunting challenge for this East team. The thing is, it's a funny thing about this East lineup is that they've got so much batting, but no one able to really kick on, put their hand up and get a big 50 or even 100 in these two games. Could it be these two? That would be something to see as the game progresses. So Harmeet Singh, just the 2 words from him, continues. Krishnamurti finally off the mark. And my good friend Nate Hayes joins me. Nate, pretty interesting passage of play so far. Your assessment?
Well, the East are continuing their batting struggles from yesterday, it looks like. They certainly have a mixture of young players without a ton of experience at this level, earning more experience, which is a great thing, and a lot of, very experienced players.
Well, this will be runs from Saideep Ganesh. Gets on his knee and just sweeps that one. Sweeps it fine as well to beat the man inside the circle. So dealing in boundaries here, Saideep Ganesh.
I think the Milind Kumar wicket there was a pretty big shame. We saw him. He looked pretty comfortable against spin yesterday, and I was expecting him to kind of go a little bit further today.
I've seen this a couple of times from Harmeet Singh in terms of the line, just straying a bit down that leg side. So once he gets into his rhythm, do expect him to be a challenge.
Yeah, he's well revered in the minor league community.
Oh, keeping low, very close to easily rolling back on that on the stumps of Saideep Ganesh. May have been the arm ball again.
Harmeet, a part of that Seattle team, pretty top-heavy team last season. 3 or 4 players, Shadley, Andres House, and Harmeet carried the team to their successes that they did have. They'll be looking to improve their talent pool this year, bringing in new players, I'm sure. But yeah, Harmeet, everybody around the league, you ask, who do you think is going to lead in wickets, this coming year in minor league? I'd say a good half of the replies are Harmeet Singh.
Were you slightly surprised, Nate, that the Seattle Sounders weren't able to do a bit better in the minor league tournament, given the amount of names you called and the team that they had, end of the over, 74 for 4?
Well, the Seattle Thunderbolts struggle with their locals. That's their biggest challenge. It's not that they're bad players or anything. They just don't have a deep local talent pool to choose from. Their pros are very solid. They could probably improve in one of their age group categories, but they did have some good production there. But yeah, I think that West division in minor league cricket is very, very difficult. It's possibly that and the East are probably the 2 most competitive divisions. You have the Bay Area teams, the triumvirate there in the Bay Area, which are just unbelievably good. And so unfortunately for Seattle, they have to
they have to deal with that. So they'll have to improve their roster this year. Obviously, as players stay longer, they become locals, and they can be signed by the team as locals. They don't have to take up a pro spot. So that's one way where they can look to improve. And I did mention the East. Here's Bhaskar Yadram bowling. He was a big member of the Empire State Titans, which were a very loaded team in the Eastern Division. Made it to the semifinal. And Bhaskar, well known for his big hitting. He can hit the ball a mile. If anybody's familiar with Church Street Park who's watching, he did hit a ball to the tennis court there, and that's, quite a shot. I think about 120 meters or so.
Yeah, of course, his Empire State Titans did make that finals weekend in North Carolina, as you said, was defeated by Sai Mukkamalla and the New Jersey Stallions.
Bhaskar has a very unusual bowling action, doesn't he?
Yeah, reminds me a lot of Sohail Tanvir, just to see the way sort of that right arm comes over. If you watch his action very closely, I think you do see flashes of a Tanvir, who was also in Houston last week for the Houston Open. And that always adds another dimension as a bowler to your bowling style. I think also, as Josh was saying earlier, helps you in terms of adding maybe a few yards of extra pace, because it gives the batter something else to think about.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, when you change arm slots or, a lot of fast bowlers release the ball out in front more. Bhaskar seems to have the ball out of his hand before his front foot even touches. And so that might mess with the batter's timing a little bit.
A good look at his action there. Good camera work. Great camera work, really.
We've had some good camera work the last couple days, haven't we?
Yeah, SC Tech on the job.
There it is, right there. Slow motion replay. Watch, that ball's almost out before the front foot even touches the ground.
Yeah, Unorthodox well, I think that's what's made him sort of special and played at the under 19 West Indies level.
And let's see how well that does as he progresses through the ranks, how well that works at higher levels. That's always a big question, isn't it? But he's a very powerful young man, big guy. His batting is, to me, the most impressive thing about him.
Edge, but just short of the wicketkeeper Milanta. Almost a carbon copy of the delivery we saw to get the wicket of Sai Mukkamalla.
You see, we have two number 9s in the West. Sami Aslam on Mukchan. Why not? Pretty easy to tell them apart. So why not? My own cricket team kind of does that. If two people want one number, we just let them both have it.
Do you play in it?
Yeah, I play when I can. Describe myself as a fielding all-rounder.
Dot to end the over at the end of 18. 76 for 4.
So let's see if Sanjay Krishnamurthy can turn around his luck on this ground, or at this facility at least. He has had some good performances here in the past. But he's also, he had mixed results, I think, up and down. So let's see if he can. He's one of those players, if he doesn't perform with the bat, he performs with the ball, and vice versa. If he could click with both at the same time, he would be one of the best players in the country, especially in his age, in my opinion.
Well, a very important innings for him. Been short on the runs since he's come to Houston. But also the fact that, yes, they do have Mohamed Mohsen. He's proved to be more of a power hitter. So these two last real recognized pair. Harmeet Singh, again, always challenging. Have seen a lot of good left-arm spinners so far on display in this tournament. Harmeet Singh, obviously, yesterday, Noshish Kenjige, Kareem Agor.
Yeah, that's one thing we have in spades in this country is the left-arm orthodox spinners. And each guy offers something slightly different than the next.
Good running from these two. Sanjay Krishnamurti, another one at the crease, but also known for his left-arm spin. That's what I like, though, about this pair so far. They've really ran well between the wickets. Zahid Zakil, another one. Nate, the list goes on and on when it comes to left-arm spin.
Absolutely. And, yeah, you pretty much, if you want to, right now in the USA setup, if you really want to make a mark as a left-arm spinner, you kind of have to do everything. You got to do a little bit of everything because there's just too much competition.
I think for all players, really. You're seeing, I think we're going away from chance to run at the bowler's end. Doesn't pick up cleanly, though.
Oh, that run out was there.
Hamad Azam, the captain. Had he picked up? Saideep Ganesh was in real trouble. Just 2 runs from the over. An eventful one. 78 for 4. I was just saying, though, Nate, I think the dimensions and the way you make the team now is changing. No longer are we seeing players suited at one discipline. Look at even yesterday, Dane Peake, Justin Dill, number 10 and 11, able to put on a 30-run partnership between them.
Sure. Yeah, Dane Pete, I believe he's batting himself where he did simply as a good captain in a tournament like this, trying to give trying to get a look at all of his players. I don't think of him as a number 11. I don't think he thinks of himself as a number 11 either. We saw him perform with the bat a few times very well for DC in minor league cricket.
Driving well is this one and just gets it square enough. Good stop in the deep, though. Believe it's David White at the cover boundary. Does well in the end, just to keep it to 2.
Sai running back on that one. Sai Deep, I'm sorry. Running back on that one, making that one a little bit closer than it needed to be. Yeah, on the missed run out there, a couple balls ago, a missed run out opportunity. Sai definitely looked like he got stuck with his cleats there for a second, didn't he? When he tried to turn to go back. Sai Deep did.
We have to give credit to the curators here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. 5 days of jam-packed cricket for the Houston Open, then transitioning into this. I think the pitch has been pretty good when you look at the 2 days. 250 shows you it's a pretty high-scoring venue. Could have been much more, really.
Absolutely. I think yesterday, as we watched, as the first innings went on, we expected a bigger score. Just the way the pitch was playing. There's nothing wrong with it at all.
Always does have that challenge, though, in the first hour of the day because of that extra dew factor that is so prominent here at Prairie View.
Yeah.
No ball signals, so not helping themselves. The MLC West team, front foot no ball again for Bhaskar Yadram. Free hit coming up.
It's my first time in Texas, but every day this week, there's been a lot of dark cloud cover in the mornings. I'm not sure if that's typical for this part of the country, but I've been told it is typical this time of the year. It's very interesting. Climate's an interesting thing, you know.
It does have a lot to play on the cricket field as well. Conditions always so important. I think some people really underestimate the value of sort of the pitch, and people take it lightly. Free hit, well bowled, Yorker, dot delivery, so well executed from Bhaskar Yadram.
This West team looks very good on paper. They bowled well, obviously. But it could be even better, too. A lot of the players from the West have been distributed throughout the other two teams. If they wanted to, they could have made this a super team.
Who are some of those players, Nate?
Well, you have Sanjay Krishnamurthy right here for the East. For one. Zahid Zakhail is playing out in the West. Andres House has been lined up with the central team.
Just one delivery remaining. Sorry, 2 deliveries remaining, and Yadram's over. Even though he's conceded that no ball, pretty economical. First over went for 11. The next 3 have been much improved. Just had to find that rhythm, Bhaskar Yadram. Once he does that, can operate on that good length. And as I say that, too short. Oh, typical commentator's curse. Just hit into the boundary quite easily. In the end, from Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Anything short, keep saying it day after day. Just no real effect, no real results for the seamers. Peter Della Penna with the misfield as well.
Well, Peter's doing several things at once. He figured he may as well field the ball as well. Yeah, we also have Marty Kane, who could have slotted in with the West. I believe he's on the central team. And Rusty Theron, who's obviously with the USA side, could have easily been slotted into the West team as well. So that's quite a squad. As we're looking at a very good squad right now, even without those players.
So that single ends the over. Krishnamurthy, another start for him. And the rebuild process is on with these two. 87 for 4 after the first 20.
So West wicketkeeper Lahiru Malantha, Sri Lankan. He is the wicketkeeper for the Morrisville Cardinals. Very good player. So he could be playing for the East, but there are multiple talented wicket players in the East. So to balance the teams out, they have Andres House playing with the Central to utilize his batting, and Lahiru Malantha playing for the West.
So Harmeet Singh, expect him to really look to ravage through this East team. You just sense, Nate, they're 2 wickets away from getting into that lower order. Just got to stay locked in at the moment. The West team.
It's a good challenge for these two young batters. And, they've got to feel a little bit of pressure, too. This is one of those moments where everything kind of falls on their shoulders right now because of the failures of the early batting.
Look at the grip on that occasion. 87 for 4.
Also, Saideep Ganesh could have played in the West, where he plays his cricket.
So a lot of West players, Nate.
Yeah, it's not that surprising. I think we get some turf wickets in the East, up in the Northeast. I think that's a big priority for everybody. It's a lot easier said than done, but I think we'll see a nice little leap in the talent up there. They have a lot of talent up that way, up in New York and New Jersey, and it can only benefit them to get some hybrid or some turf wickets. We have a hybrid wicket here. It's currently in the works, and another one in the Bay Area.
Yeah, that for me is sort of one of the more important things for U.S. cricket on a whole. You want to get your players playing on more turf pitches, what they will play for the USA and other high levels of cricket. So, especially a lot of these T20 tournaments like the Houston Open where we saw 5 turf pitches being utilized.
Right.
Great practice and great preparation for these players as they look towards the next level. As the over with a dot, 89 for 4.
Absolutely, and as somebody who has played 99% of my own cricket on Astro and 1% on turf, I can tell you there's a massive difference. Just the way that you play, the tactics that you use, the type of bowling that succeeds, it's all very different from one to the other. And it's not to say there aren't good cricketers that play most of their cricket on Astro. There are plenty of good cricketers that play most of their cricket on Astro, but there is a learning curve going from one to the other.
Well, here's a look at the bowling card so far. Shadley Van Schalkwyk back into the attack. Been the pick of the bowlers thus far with his 2 wickets. So a bit of a roll of the dice from Hamad Azam. Just the 5 overs from Yadram. He also got a wicket, but was on the expensive side, Nate. So he's gone back to Van Schalkwyk, looking to break this partnership. I like the ruthlessness from Hamad Azam. Not sitting back.
Agree. Yeah, we talked a little bit yesterday that the East team would have wanted to have more seamers in the attack after that start that they had, and it doesn't look like a problem at all for the West.
Oh, wow. Really good shot from Saideep Ganesh and gets through mid-off as well. So will be a boundary. That was just class from Saideep Ganesh. Held the pose as well.
I believe that's David White there, diving for that ball. He holds himself to a much higher standard than that.
Carmi LaRue it was.
Oh, it's Carmi LaRue. Well, the same goes for him.
Yeah, Saideep Ganesh, yet again, another start for him. It's really done well to get to 20, but so often as we saw yesterday, almost 9 out of the 11 East batters got up to starts. That was not the problem. The main problem was the kicking on, and someone's putting their hand up, showing that responsibility to anchor the innings home for the East.
And in contrast with the USA team, we saw about 3 or 4 very good partnerships, that I'd say about 3 really solid partnerships showed the importance there of having a batter always in the middle with their eye in. Whereas the East was always building a start and then failing, unfortunately for them.
So much improved from that first delivery. Just tends to overpitch sometimes. Shadley Van Schalkwyk, another occasion, got just too full. First delivery. Go on, reclear the first ball for it. So just the boundary and 4 dots from Van Schalkwyk.
And Shadley, another one of those Seattle players we talked about.
Look, this time again driving, similar to the first delivery, but it'll only be a single on this occasion. So 5 to end the over, a good one for the MLC East. Have to say, really building this partnership nicely. That was a look at the first boundary, and it followed it up later on in the over with almost an identical stroke. So good over from the East team. 94 for 4 after 22. Doing their job at the moment, these two.
Definitely running well for the most part. A couple of hiccups there, but they're looking for runs.
Look at that. Class personified from Ganesh.
Yeah, they're looking for runs. They're looking for ways to get off strike, keep the rotation going.
So we will have a double change. Nate Umair Khan for the first time today, the leg spinner, was really impressed with his bowling spell for the UMMC Knight Riders in the Houston Open. Won that tournament for them. It was a big part as to why they were able to get in. Not the tallest of men, but so effective. Sorry, left arm spinner, not a leg spinner. But because of that height, really, always so low to the ground. So batters do have to be careful. Don't tend to see a lot of sharp bounce.
Right. Yeah, it's especially taller batters. So we'll see how Sanjay handles that.
Pretty good feeding on the boundary from trying to make out who that was. Rohan Posanapali pulls out the dive.
Rohan having cut his hair. He was pretty well known for having long flowing hair, fast bowler's hair.
So slip going out into the mid-off position. An extra fielder in the leg side. Sorry, extra cover. No mid-off because he's got the long off. Oh, yes, the flight. Umair Khan just deceiving him.
Another left arm orthodox spinner.
How many is that now, Nate? Maybe about 6 or 7 we've counted over the last 2 days.
Yeah, I'd say.
Just be a single.
My buddy Tim Cutler from Emerging Cricket would love to watch this tournament with all these left arm spinners. Himself being a very tall left arm orthodox spinner. Former CEO of Hong Kong, current CEO of Vanuatu.
So, decent start for Umair Khan. Just 3 from the over. 97 for 4. So Umair Khan, pretty well known in terms of world cricket, plays his cricket in Pakistan. Young player, young left arm spinner. Part of that Karachi Kings setup. So he does come in with that extra bit of experience, especially at the T20 level. Look at his numbers.
Yeah, that PSL, the Pakistan Super League, is a very good league. You could get in all kinds of arguments online if you want to, trying to rank that league against IPL.
Yeah, his listed economy just over 5, so pretty economical, Umair Khan. This will be a change for him, so interesting to see how he transitions being in the United States.
And Julian Fountain, local to the Houston area, one of the coaches out there in the PSL, has been a fielding coach for several full-member international setups.
Yeah, looking to play that cut shot. Just unable to, though.
much more comfortable day here at the ground. If anybody's listening within driving range, be a good day to come out to the ground. PJ Hodels, bring me some Five Guys French fries.
Again?
It's a wind advisory. Other than that, it's very windy today, and actually the wind is coming in a different direction than yesterday. Yeah, it's kind of swirling around a little bit.
Yeah, something for the batters to think about, especially when going that aerial route. Hitting into the wind could really be a challenge. We want to be careful, but so far, these two haven't really looked and thought about that too much. That will more come after the 30th over if these two are still batting. Trying to consolidate at the moment.
Yeah, yesterday we talked about how the spinners wouldn't want to bowl straight from one end, from the forest end. They wouldn't want to bowl too full with the wind to their back. Here, it's kind of going across. So anybody bowling from the highway end is not going to want to leave it too short.
Yeah, I think the important thing about this partnership is that while they've consolidated, Saideep Ganesh scored. He scored at the crease. Shots like that, just be a single, but just the weights on it, plays it so late. That's what allows him to really time the ball.
He looked pretty good yesterday, actually. One of those batters to get off to a solid start and not pay off.
Oh, in the air, but just out of the reach of that close end fielder. Was there for that reason. And Krishnamurti pretty much doing his job at this stage. Everything's very tight at the moment. Really good piece of fielding to give a certain single. End of the over. Just two from it. Keeping things relatively tight at the moment. The MLC West team, but they'll want a wicket. 99 for 4.
So this partnership is weathering a nervous part of the game pretty well. Oh, and that ball definitely illustrating some of what Nikhil was talking about before. The shorter stature of the bowler, bowling a ball that stays a little lower. Umir Khan.
Yeah, also has 5 first-class matches to go with that. Just 22 years of age, so a lot of time left for Umir Khan to develop. In the air, just over Sami Aslam. Got a hand to it, but not the tallest of men, Sami Aslam. And unable to hold on. That was the wicket that they were looking for.
Oh, what a shame. Misjudged his jump a little bit, just like Jaskaran Malhotra did yesterday. Those are a lot harder than they look when you don't get a good piece of them, and they kind of. It's tough to judge your jump on those.
Yeah, never easy. But that was the wicket that Umar Khan brought into the attack to get Saideep Ganesh. Didn't really time that one. One of the few that he hasn't timed in this innings. And he's got him this time. Stumps dismantled. Umar Khan gets his man, and Saideep Ganesh, disgusted with himself, just getting a bit impatient in this over. That could be a costly wicket for the chances of the East.
Yeah, risky shot there, especially considering what we've seen the pitch do here with Khan's bowling, chopping it right onto his own stumps.
So Umar Khan strikes. Ganesh going for 26, just 40 deliveries. Really looked the part, playing the exact role you just sensed was that needed. But he's got to go. Didn't do a whole lot, just missed the ball. Saideep Ganesh.
Or did he miss that clean? In real time, it looked to me like he chopped it on, but he must have missed it clean. It didn't look like it touched his bat on the replay there.
So what it means is that the hard-hitting Mohammad Mohsin comes to the middle for the MLC East team. Will know Umar Khan well, both being from Pakistan, but also a left-hander. So someone to try to neutralize that Umar Khan threat. But that was the partnership, Nate, that you really sense could help the East get back on track.
They absolutely needed that partnership. It just gets harder and harder from here.
He did all the hard work.
Yeah, you could see Saideep Ganesh after that wicket motioning with his bat that he should have played that one straight.
So I wonder how Mohsin plays here. Yesterday, his team was in trouble. He came out still looking to take on the bowling. But anything too full, Mohammad Mohsin will back himself to really take on. A dot to end.
Was just told that Khan used to outbowl Imad Wasim in the PSL seasons in 2019 and 2020. Pretty impressive stuff. He has had some high level experience. Quality player. Yet another quality left arm orthodox spinner in this country. His younger age will definitely help him out. Many of the guys in this camp are later 20s, so it's great to see the occasional guy at 22 years old.
Well, a change in bowling from the highway end. Rohan Posinapali comes into the attack. Has the Sanjay shirt on, but that's not Sanjay. That's Posinapali looking to make some more inroads into this MLC East batting lineup. Good mix of that young talent, as we mentioned. Sanjay Krishnamurti, both being under 19, will know Posinapali well. You would think now, Nate, the onus on Krishnamurti to be that main anchor for the rest of this innings. Have to bat the 50 overs, the MLC East. Won't be easy with just 5 wickets left. Majority lower order batting to come. They've got to find a way. I think these two at the crease, pivotal to the chances of that happening.
Yeah, and I was saying before, bowling from this end, you definitely don't want to bowl too short. Now there's a lefty up. At the crease. You might be able to get away with a little short from that side. Posanapalli really impressed last year at the men's U19 national championships.
Oh, look at that. That's impressive. Just
Yeah.
a wake-up call to Marvin Wilson. Now come to the crease.
Probably the quickest bowler at his age group in the country.
Good start so far to his spell. Known for that, Dale Steen on Twitter, Nate, reached out to Rohan Posanapalli.
That's right. Dale Steyn did retweet or tweet out video of him bowling quickly in that tournament. He was definitely a challenge for everybody who faced him, except maybe one. Adi Gupta hit him, had a really good over against him, hit him for 3 sixes, I think, in a row.
Yeah, another uncomfortable length for Mohamed Mohsin at the body. That's always the key. Yes, it has sat up on the surface when it's short, but if you direction it well at the body, always tough to score against.
Absolutely, and this is early in Mohsin's innings. Just 6 balls faced so far. It's not a bad idea at all to test him out.
Good start from Rohan Posanapalli. Just concedes the 1 run, 103 for 5. So Umar Khan struck in his last over. You mentioned that the fact that he was sort of outbowling Imad Wasim at one stage, and just to see the way that sort of Imad Wasim and how his career has gone, just tells you this game of cricket, you never know who's that next megastar or icon in the game.
Yeah, you never know. Rashid Khan kind of came out of nowhere too, but made his mark. Tim David came out of nowhere. Now he's $1 million player in the IPL. So you never know when somebody's gonna strike it hot. And we talked a little bit yesterday about some players redefining themselves in their careers, completely changing their own roles.
Comes down the track, he takes it on. Sanjay Krishnamurti takes it on well as well. 1 bounce 4, but first sign of rare aggression from Krishnamurti that we've seen in this innings.
He might be feeling more comfortable now, and we might see more of this from him. But we'll see how Umar Khan adapts. Yeah, I mentioned Physicality redefining himself as a player. It's not unusual in cricket. One of the things I love most about cricket is when a player changes roles, does what he can. Steve Smith, for example, leg spinner originally, now top batter in the world.
Well, Sanjay Krishnamurti continuing to show that immense talent that he's got. I think just predicted that Umar Khan trying to go to that flight often and just use his feet so well to get to the pitch of the ball, create his own length. The last couple of overs have been a good one for the East.
Sanjay's legs are so long, he can probably come down a lot further than most people.
Pretty much another unorthodox action. Umar Khan does sort of pause in the middle of his stride. Mohsen off the mark to end the over. So at the end of 27, 109 for 5. Punches this one really good stop at cover. Could have been a certain boundary. Looks so settled, so composed at the crease so far, Sanjay Krishnamurti. No real sign of any doubt or any trouble really at the crease. Sorry.
He can score big, that's for sure. And the East are definitely going to need him to today. Hopefully, Mohsen can give him a partner that can last a long time.
Yeah, fired in by Rohan Posanapali. Good battle this between these two under 19 players. Where would Posanapali have played his minor league cricket, Nate?
He played in the West, Rohan did, I believe. Yeah, he played in the West. He played in the Bay Area. A lot of those teams, players float around from one season to the next. I believe he was with the East Bay Blazers.
Well, the MLC West team will be thinking about one thing. That will be the wicket of Sanjay Krishnamurti. 21 from 31. He's found the boundary twice, but it's just been the ability to rotate the strike so easily. That's been the main problem, and the longer he stays there, if he can get someone to spend time at the crease with him, you sense it could be problematic. You want to restrict them to under that 150 mark. If you're the West, you really fancy yourselves chasing that. Still 5 wickets to get, though, and still 2 very competent batters at the crease. A good delivery to end. At the end of 28, 112 for 5. No surprises that Umar Khan will continue. Just the 12 runs conceded in his 3. Also got the crucial wicket of Saideep Ganesh a couple overs ago. But that seems like a long time ago since these two have come to the crease because of the ability to score. Starts with a dot.
Yeah, Rohan Pasanapalli, as we discussed before, did play for the East Bay Blazers. Was an above average league performer in minor league cricket.
I'm interested though to see how the likes of a Pasanapalli, Sanjay Krishnamurti, who's already impressed in these two games, Mukkamalla, another one. But these are the 19 players. This is sort of a level above.
This is definitely a level above. This is definitely a level above even minor league cricket for sure. Minor league cricket is a level above, obviously, U19, and this is a level above minor league cricket. So these young players are really stepping up. They're going to really have to step up their game this week if they're going to produce at an above average level here.
Run out chance, bowler's end. Gets her in the end. Mohammed Mohsin's got those long strides.
Yeah, but in 30 overs last year, Pasanapalli took 7 wickets. Had an adjusted economy of 5.44.
Just gets through his overs so quickly, Umar Khan. Another 1 run over conceded from the MLC West, 113 for 5.
And we could have used Umir Khan yesterday as long as that game went. Could have used a couple of Umir Khans.
Yeah, does get through his overs really quickly. Already bowls 4.
And Rohan looks like he's staying in the attack. Minor league cricket has a stat called total impact, which determines how many runs a player is worth above the average player in the league. So if you have a total impact in the plus, then you are a plus player. If you have a total impact in the minus, you are a minus player. Rohan Pasanapalli in his 30 overs was a plus player of 14.4 runs, meaning you would expect the average bowler to allow 14 more runs than he did.
Yeah, he already relished this opportunity of learning from some of the more experienced seamers on his team alone, Shali van Skalvik, Carmi LaRue. But on the other teams throughout, someone like a Rusty Theron, very similar, of tall structure, similar to Pasanapalli. How good was Rusty Theron yesterday, Nate? 4 wickets to start this Houston Challenge.
He was excellent. I wouldn't expect less from him. And how quick did Carmi LaRue look this morning?
They hit it that hard. I think on this green surface, you will get that sort of assistance as a quick bowler who can really bang it in.
Carmi might be the quickest bowler in the group. I'm not certain, but he's amongst the quickest. Long arms, wide shoulders, just levers everywhere.
Well, gets this one fine, times it really well. Sanjay Krishnamurti on the back foot, had to watch it all the way onto the bat. And he does get another boundary, so really taking command of this innings and much needed from the East.
And that wasn't really a short ball. That ball was just above the stumps in height. Maybe kept a little lower than it looked like it was going to. But we see Sanjay being aggressive there, batting across to hit that one toward the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, really had to keep his eyes on it because of that invariable bounce.
So, Nick, you played with a lot of very good cricketers down in Barbados as a player, as a cricketer yourself.
Goes aerial again, and it'll be 4 more. Sanjay Krishnamurti. What an over this is turning out to be for the East. This young man has got something seriously special about him.
He certainly does, and he's comfortable for once over the past 2 days. This seems like he's at his most comfortable right now. So we might see a big score from him. They're definitely going to need it. The way he's playing right now, he's starting to look like he's not going to get out. But Nikhil, you played with a lot of the excellent cricketers that come from Barbados. Per capita, they produce tons of excellent cricketers. What was your role when you played?
Well, I don't like to spend too much time on my cricketing career, Nate. It wasn't anything to speak about, but when I did have my time, it was much like a wicketkeeper at the wicketkeeping role, as well as a bowler, a pace bowler towards the end of my days. 9 from the over, a big one for the East because of that man, Sanjay Krishnamurti, 122 for 5.
Since you shot up in height over the past few years, you find wicket-keeping more challenging at a taller height than it was before?
Yeah, it is an immense challenge, and most of the keepers you see around the world today, not the tallest. So that will be drinks here after 30, 122 for 5. Join us very soon. So back here at the PV5 fields. And Sanjay Krishnamurthy single-handedly carrying this MLC East batting display so far. Desperately need him or someone to carry on. Get a big score. Allow them to bat the full 50 overs. It is Umar Khan.
You have to think for the East, psychologically speaking, the next 10 overs are going to be very important. If they can keep this 6th wicket in hand, it'll make a huge difference.
Yeah, I could really define this game. Because if these two can continue to bat the next 10, what it does is with 5 wickets in hand, then puts them in a really good position to target that 250 mark. But if they do lose a wicket and this partnership is broken, you then have to factor in the lower order. How many runs can they put together? Also change the mindset of a Krishnamurthy or Mohsin. So the West will know that they're in with a good chance here, just 1 wicket away from eating into that lower order.
Especially with Umar Khan, still with 5 wickets in hand after this. I mean, with 5 overs in hand after this over. That's they've got to feel pretty good about that. Him only having conceded 16 runs so far. 17 now? Or no?
$126 for 5. So Poston Apali out of the attack. It will be spin from both ends. 2 left-arm spinners as well. Harmeet Singh. Change of ends for him.
I talked about bowler impact before. The statistic that minor league cricket developed to rate the players based on how many runs above or below average they are. Harmeet Singh's total impact was 64 runs better than average, so he saved his team 64 runs compared to an average bowler. And that in only 41 overs, taking 10 wickets in his 11 innings for Seattle. So you can see his value to that team and his value to the West here. This is going to be a very difficult 10 overs that we discussed. if these two spinners are going to be featured. The East certainly have their work cut out for them. Both batters look very comfortable. I ran out on the pitch when there was a water break there. They both looked very comfortable, waiting for play to resume. I didn't really see any look of nerves or anything on Sanjay Krishnamurthy's face. He just looked like he was ready for the next ball. Both of these bowlers with nearly identical figures at this point in the game. All well played there.
A misfield as well, so we'll get back for the second. Will be another single for Mohammad Mohsin to end the over. Rotating the strike nicely here. 6 from the over. 132 for 5.
Played right back off the bowler's hands and too long on for 1. Both of these batters are pretty tall. And we talked about Umar Khan being shorter in stature and ball staying lower, using that flight. So they'll have to adjust between Umair and Harmeet at either end.
I think the left-handed Mohsin has taken sort of the danger out of the two left-arm spinners. It's already been found it easy to just push them around for ones and twos, biding their time well, these two, setting them up for a big finish.
Takes a lot of pressure off of Sanjay. He can just focus on getting off strike. He'll definitely want that half century today. And the East will need him to have that and more.
What comes down the track really looked. Wanted to hit that one pretty far, Mohsin, but didn't get the elevation. Just be a single to end the over.
Little tricky for the taller batters to get under Umair's bowling, isn't it? When he bowls that fuller flighted delivery. Really shows the importance of left-handed batter, as you mentioned before, when you look up and down the West bowling attack. And these two bowlers, obviously, class bowlers. But the lefty can neutralize that a little bit.
Yeah, I think he is getting a bit impatient. Mohamed Mohsin, previous delivery looked for that big shot. Wasn't there to be hit. Does the smart thing, though. You want to give it away at this stage, Nate. Want to make sure you come back to that 40th over. If these two are still at the 40th over, you're close to that 200 mark. Then in a really good position for the last 10.
Absolutely. The closer they get to the 40th over, the better. They have to be thinking that way. And they're definitely going to be tested getting these two bowlers. I can imagine seeing these bowlers stay on for a little while.
Yeah, Sanjay Krishnamurthy, not really bothered. 35 from 45, really has done exactly what's required of him. Just hasn't had someone to stay there with him. We saw such a good partnership developing between him and Saidip Ganesh. But Mohamed Mohsin, I think he's shown good restraint. Usually likes to play his strokes. It was 10 from 2 yesterday. Much different role today, but he's showing that he can bat with that maturity, bit of extra responsibility. Ends the over with the dot, just 2 from it. 137 for 5.
If you're Hamad Azam right now, you also have to be thinking about how critical these next 6 overs are. What do you think? What would you do?
We're pretty happy with how the spinners have controlled the pace, the tempo of this innings. Yes, you're looking for that wicket, but you want to force the hand of, especially Mohamed Mohsin. As a left-hander, there will be some point where he will decide to take on the left-arm spin, and that's where you really can strike. Not a lot of runs on the board, so you don't mind taking that extra gamble in search of that wicket.
That was a bit more bounce than we've seen from Umir on that last ball.
Oh, look at that. Rolls through. Very lucky. Could have easily gone back onto the stumps.
Very next ball, the ball just stays low. Kills a couple worms. Sanjay will be very happy to be watching from the non-striker end right now.
Well, goes for it, Mohamed Mohsin, but luckily for him, doesn't time it well, so it'd just be a single. Had he got back on that, could have easily fell into the lap of Carmi LaRue at long on.
Sanjay skipping down the track a bit, trying to intercept that unknown bounce. And that's the over there. Mohsin ditching the helmet for the hat, for the ball cap.
Yeah, these two really get through the overs quickly. So have to be careful, the East team, that they don't allow Umar Khan and Harmeet Singh to just race through the overs and not allow them to score. They're so good at that, both of these bowlers. Good running by these two in the end.
Great stuff there. So how many runs do you think, if you're the East, you got 4 overs and some change until the 40th over, how many runs are you going to be happy with at 40 overs?
They've had 175. Really gives me the platform to get up to that 240 mark. And from where they were at one stage, I think they'll be happy with that. One time the East team were 21 for 2, then 61 for 3. So if I can get up to 235, 240 with my bowling attack, if I'm the East, I think I'm relatively happy with that total.
The batting from this West team looks very, very deep. You have Semi Aslam, obviously Umuk Chan, together on the team, on the same team, at the same time.
Mohsin in the air, man in the deep, doesn't carry to him. So 5 singles. Sorry, you were saying it.
I would think that I would want my fielder to be a little more aggressive, but yeah, I don't know if that was even a chance if he had put the Jets on to get there. But yes, this is Unmuk Chan and Sami Aslam on the same team together, I believe for the first time. You have Shehan Jayasuriya, David White, Lahiru Malantha, Hamad Azam, Bhaskar Yadram, obviously Shadley can bat. So that's a lot of batting to get through. So I don't think the pressure is there right now for the West to really feel the need to absolutely have to take a wicket anytime soon. Obviously, they'd like to. Ideally, they'd like to. But I think they're very happy with the economy they're getting from these two.
Yeah, really long batting lineup, as you said. So deep.
Deep and very experienced. As we've talked about a lot, this is an excellent opportunity for Sanjay Krishnamurthy coming in. As far as this tournament has gone so far, a high pressure situation where he has to be the man to carry his team. And the question mark is whether or not he can do that at this particular level. There's not that same question mark up and down the West team, up and down the West batting. We know that each one of these players can handle situations like this, and obviously easier situations as well.
I just think the way that Krishnamurthy's gone about this innings, just limiting the risks, aware of the situation that wickets were falling around him. He just took his time, and then when especially to the left arm spin, when it's been there, look at this, Mohamed Mohsin, tickle down the leg side. He's usually a man that relies on those big muscles to power the ball all over the ground, but today he's had to play a different role.
Very nicely done there. Shows you the left-hand advantage. Mohsin coming across his own stumps there, covering his stumps and just flicking that. Looked very easy for him.
Good stop in the end by Umar Khan. Now this partnership will be a concern as the 150 comes up with that boundary. See that wind really blowing off the bales. Shows you how strong it's been.
Indeed, it's very strong. The wind is very strong here. You're just as likely to suffer windburn today as you are sunburn. Yesterday, much more likely to get sunburn.
So with that boundary, becomes a pretty big over for the East with the 150 coming up. 7 from the over. 151 for 5.
If you're Hamad Azam, do you bowl Umar Khan out here, or do you save him for the death in case, or closer to the death, in case you want to encourage a little bit of slugging? Maybe into the wind, maybe in the right situation against the right batter.
I don't think he'll be saving him back. We'll probably go back to his seam option. Just have 3 overs for Van Skelvik. 4 for LaRue. Had to really chase that one, Mohamed Mohsin, but positioned it well. And just stumps the commentary box. Good shot. Coming into his own now. After spending quite a while at the crease.
Hit that one very hard. Reaching, look at that long reach he has, that 6'3" reach that he has.
Again this time. And in the gap once again. Almost tricked me. Thought it was going all the way for 6. But again, that strong wind, bringing it back. Shows you may have more value, Nate, and actually hitting it a lot flatter.
Yeah, like his last shot there. But that one, the wind definitely helped it back to the fielder. He hit it, looked like into a spot where nobody was going to get to it. But I think the wind helped push it back to a little bit towards the fielder. Slowing it just enough.
Has been a good recovery from these two. At one point, we thought this East team could be bowled out before the 50 overs. Now looking much more likely to bat that full quarter. And when Josh Jaskin was on commentary earlier, he said the key would be to get to past 200. I think now with this position, they'll be searching for a bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, absolutely. They are 13 balls away from where we said they'd like to get without losing another wicket.
In the gap yet again, work to be done at the boundary. Does it well, keeps it to just 2. So big over for the East. The spin is being attacked. Come out for 2 in the end, so Harmeet Singh concedes 8, 159 for 5.
Two overs left to get to that 175 you said they would be targeting probably at 40 overs. Definitely within reach here. 170, I think they'll even be happy with that. These two have certainly put a platform down for their team after some failures at the top. It's great to get an extended look at Mohamed Mohsin. We've got to see him yesterday. We're seeing him today. learning the strengths of him in terms of his batting, and obviously later we'll learn more about his bowling.
So just the 4 boundaries inside of Krishnamurti's 40. It's really rotated the strike well.
Mohsin has certainly taken the lead in this last 8 overs in this pair, this partnership. He was striking at, I believe, under 50 strike rate at the 40th over, or sorry, at the 30th over. He's certainly picked it up a little bit.
This is what Umar Khan at this stage will try to do, just a lot flatter, a lot quicker. It's now about slowing the scoring down. This one though in the gap, and it will be 4. Just get there in the end. It does. So Mohamed Mohsin, as you said, taking command of this partnership, doing the bulk of the scoring. But he'll back himself to take on the left arm spinner. Just cut it well through that point region.
So later in the week, we'll have Brian Walters on a commentary, I believe, with you. Brian's a heck of a guy. A Texan. Mohsin keeps finessing the ball all over the ground. At his best when he's hitting the ball where it is. Moving his body around. Oh, possibly a run-out chance there. Had it been a direct hit. Sanjay was certainly running quickly. Let's take a look here. How close that really was. I think he was in, or close to being in anyways.
So that ends the 39th. 11 overs remain, and the East in a good position here. 166 for 5. These two well set.
And it looks like the West are turning back to Bhaskar Yadram from the highway end.
And no real surprise, even though he's been a bit expensive, they were just getting very comfortable against the spin. So has to go out to the seam now, Captain Hamad Azam, in search of that wicket. Short, banged in. So it warrants him at the start of the over. How do you get the wicket of Sanjay Krishnamurti in your estimation, Nate?
I think you got to do it about 45 balls ago. once he's settled, he's very, very difficult to get out. I think you just have to bowl him at good length, a little bit back of good length.
Well, that's really good awareness from Sanjay Krishnamurthy. The fact that Yadran went so short, that the first delivery of the over, he knew he had to be fuller. Just placed it in the gap, running really hard between the wickets. And even after being there for 61 deliveries in the heat, still able to run those twos with great intensity.
And that wind can tire you out too. Constantly getting battered by wind can definitely tire you out just as much as the sun can. Maybe not just as much, but it will double the sun's efforts, that's for sure. I know from having worked on boats in the past that the wind can really, really tire you out.
Oh, look at that shot. Extra cover drive. Does go through the field. Another easy two for Krishnamurthy. 5 away from a half century now. And what a composed knock it's been.
And interestingly, we are in the 40th over here. The West have so many bowling options. Hamad Azam himself, a very solid bowler.
Went in the air, easy catch this time. And Sanjay Krishnamurthy, after all the hard work, he's thrown it away. Seen back into the attack, does the job. May have been a change of pace from Yadram, but he's got his second. And you really have to feel for Krishnamurthy after being there for 62 deliveries. And then just a soft dismissal caught at point.
Yeah, after yielding the lead to Mohammad Muhsin for the last 9 overs or so, I think Sanjay wanted to get over that 50 line. He certainly carried his team to this point. We said they wanted to get to the 40th over without another wicket. He just fell shy of that goal. And the bowling change looks like it was a genius idea right now. And here comes Cornet Dry. This is more of a position for him to be batting. And he can come in and he can thank this partnership for putting him in a spot which suits his skill set.
So Umair Khan taking the catch. So it brings the power hitting Cornet Dry to the crease. Yadram again strikes. Dot delivery. So after 40, they've got that crucial wicket, Nate, and they're in that 170 region.
Yeah, so there you go. We said that the East would want to get to 40 overs before losing another wicket. They got to it just the 40th over, and they lost their 6th wicket. And you have to think the West are very pleased with themselves right now, considering the deep batting that they have to be in this position. We see Umair Khan.
And Nate to join for the next 10, the final 10. Crucial stage. Peter Della Penna.
Takes the keel, and right away, moments after taking a catch at backward point, Umar Khan strikes with the ball. He's been toiling away, and Mohsen just tried to get a little bit too cute, playing a delicate late cut. Misses, and the stumps are rattled.
What a shame. Mohsen did such a good job navigating the left arm spin for those 10 overs there. And what a shame that he couldn't stay put a little bit longer and get his half century. So a very important partnership broken and then completely annihilated by the West.
Can say that again. It was looking like Sanjay Krishnamurti and Mohsen Muhammad were going to continue on at least until the 45th over with that partnership that they had going on. They looked very, very assured. And then Sanjay Krishnamurti, they've been using the conditions so well throughout the innings. And then Sanjay Krishnamurti tried to cut into the wind. That was his downfall. The wind's been blowing sideways today, and he's been playing most of his scoring shots to the leg side from the end that he got out, because that's the way the wind is blowing. He tried to go over the offside, hitting into the wind, and the ball just sat up in the air forever for Umar Khan to hold on to the catch. And then it becomes 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls as Mohsen misses a cut. So 2 cross-batted shots, bringing about the downfall of both set batters in slightly different ways. One caught, one bowled, but...
And now you have 2 tall, late order batters in Justin Dill and Cornet Dry.
The Twin Towers out of South Africa, now in Texas.
And you have Umar Khan, still with 4 balls to go. You have to think that these 2 guys will be happy to see Umar Khan leave after this over.
Well, I don't know. It was really the spinners, how both teams have scored runs on this wicket the last couple of days. Facing the Pacers has been a bit more difficult. And even though Umar Khan just struck now, he's had to work very hard with the windy conditions. It's been a lot easier for the pace bowlers to stay disciplined versus the spinners, where you've got to combat the wind. And we saw basically the 6s that have happened, generally speaking, have been against the spinners when they've been able to utilize the wind, whoever's been on strike. So it's going to be a very challenging last 9 overs when the medium pacers come back on. Here comes Umar. And Dill again. Check that Cornet Dry. Just smothering it. So 1 ball left in this spell from Umar Khan. That's the end of Umar Khan's spell. He ends, by my count, with 36 runs, 2 for 36. And after 41, it's 171 for 7.
So you got in the 40th over. They were 170 for 5, and now they're 171 for 7 after 41. We had mentioned that the East would want to get to the 40th over with 5 wickets in hand. We should have mentioned they wanted to get to the 42nd over with 5 inches wickets in hand.
Yadram tries to spear in the Yorker dugout into the offside. Now, Homer Khan, again, 2 for 36. Got Saideep Ganesh outslog sweeping. That was his first wicket. And then Mohsin Muhammad at the end there trying to play that late cut that went awry. Those are his 2 wickets as Yadram continues to charge in at the start of his 7th over. Justin Dill played fairly well in the circumstances yesterday in what was a lost cause, with wickets tumbling towards the end, but if he had a little bit more support at the end, he might have been able to rally his side back against USA. Wasn't meant to be, though.
His last wicket partnership with fellow South African Dane Pete was one of the highlights of the game for the East. Highlights of the innings, at least.
The question is, was it a highlight for Nate Hayes? What was your cup of tea yesterday, Nate?
Rusty's bowling was probably the highlight. Justin Dill's bowling, both of them were excellent. The Xavier Marshall catch, that was a highlight.
The X-Man full extension going for the top edge.
Probably the best play of the tournament so far. We saw Sammy Aslam miss a chance, much like Jaskar and Malhotra did yesterday. Both of those could have been highlight catches, you know, at the height of your jump, even if it was a mistimed jump.
Yeah, Sammy Aslam, that chance at backward point, that was a difficult one. Again, the wind is blowing into his face on that chance too.
Carrying it further, yeah.
He's carrying it further and carrying it faster.
Almost identical to the situation with Jaskaran in terms of where the wind was and the way the strength the ball was hit.
And you said those were your highlights yesterday. Nate, for me, the highlight yesterday was when we got into the discussion about what kind of boats there are in the U.S. cricket scene. Who's steering a dinghy? The Orca at a Jaws. Who's got the Logan Roy yacht at a Succession? We've got a lot of different captains steering the ships across the U.S. cricket ocean.
I preferred the WWF discussion.
You like the world got to learn Dane Pete is a huge Stone Cold Steve Austin fan. That was the big discovery yesterday. Dane Pete loves his pro wrestling. Who doesn't?
That's something we're going to have to ask Liam Plunkin also. Being an Eagles fan, it's almost impossible for him to not like professional wrestling.
It's a way of life at the what used to be the Vet, now Lincoln Financial Field.
Right.
The new digs.
I can't imagine an Eagles fan disliking wrestling. So we'll have to ask him who his favorite wrestler is. Who was your favorite wrestler growing up, Peter?
Nature Boy, Ric Flair. Woo!
That's a great answer. He's hugely popular in North Carolina for obvious reasons. And the local Carolina Hurricanes NHL team loves to play his woo sound every time it's appropriate, which is very, very often.
There's no such thing as a bad time for the Ric Flair.
Woo! I think he's probably the best wrestler in history, Ric Flair. I was a Hulk Hogan fan when I was a kid.
Best showman, the ring entrance for Ric Flair. There's nothing like it.
Well, and also his ability. Oh, there we go. I believe that was bumpered there.
The only person, I think, in the planet Earth who had more custom-made robes and outfits. It might have been Elvis
right?
when
Or
Elvis went out to Vegas.
Elton John, possibly, or one of those fellas.
Elvis had like 10,000 outfits, and Ric Flair is not far
No
off.
wonder you like Ric Flair. Ric Flair is amazing. I think the best thing about him was that his matches would go on forever. They were very long. You don't see that these days.
Different breed.
I mean, no one's out there wrestling for 30 minutes these days.
Let me ask you this, Nate: if you were in the Royal Rumble, who would you least want to face of the players who are out in the field right now? I'd be running the opposite direction of the ring if I saw Cornet dry.
I'd
Out in the
be definitely scooting, or I'd be staying really low against Cornet Dry. I wouldn't want Bhaskar Yadram on me
He's a
either.
big unit. I would want Bhaskar as my tag team partner.
Right. So let's see here. You and Bhaskar Yadram versus Cornet Dry. I'm gonna pick the other one, and Carmi.
You want
That-
go Carmen Guru? Okay.
I basically just made you lose.
Cornet Dry and Justin Dill trying to rotate the strike.
But your manager's gonna have to be Dane Pete. I think he would make a great manager with the sunglasses and everything.
He's got some Jimmy Hart flair, for sure.
I was a Hogan fan when I was younger. When I got older, I came to appreciate the heels a lot more. Looking back, Rowdy Roddy Piper.
Well, and now that Dane is now moved to North Carolina,
Oh, right.
if
He's in heaven. He's got to be in heaven.
Well, going with the Jimmy Hart, you can have Dane Pete be the new mouth of the South if he's going to be the ringside manager.
True.
Taking the role of Jimmy Hart there. Dane's a character for sure. 2 runs in that over. 173 for 7 after 43. Nate, where do you think this East squad can get to from here?
Well, this is one of the great things about this format. Early on, people were talking about maybe they should try to get to 220 back after they had lost their 4th wicket. That's what Josh Dascombe was saying. And then it became...
Josh said that, and you believed him? I don't know.
Well, it didn't look...
Josh
honestly,
Dascombe.
it seemed like it was ambitious at that point in time to think about 220. I thought.
Josh says a lot of things. I don't know.
Josh does a lot of things too.
Josh says
Very busy guy.
I was singing his praises earlier when I was on with Nick Heel talking about.
Oh, there's a misfield. Oh no, that
Alright.
one went for 4. Is that Pasanapalli out there? No, I don't think so.
There's been a few people wearing the 00 jersey.
I know they keep switching 00 and 27. Keep switching. I think they're trying to keep the East on their toes.
I believe that's Arjun Vijala. Based on
I think so.
the names on the team sheet here.
So there we go. That's one way to do it. That's one way to go about it. Get a misfield.
And
Oh,
it'll be another edge, and it's going to be cut off this time for just a single. So 5 runs off the first 2 balls in this over so far. Josh, I was singing his praise in North Carolina. All hands on deck from the MLC crew, doing everything
Absolutely.
and everything to keep the operation moving along. He's been player / manager / if you read the team nomination sheets, accounts guy.
counts guy.
He's got
Yeah.
so many different hats that he
If-
wears.
If you read the
I saw him be the trash collector yesterday, going around the boundary picking up empty water bottles.
He does everything but kit and laundry, and that is reserved for Justin.
I tell you, the MLC management, they're getting bang for their buck on the value of Josh Daskon and Justin Gill. I know that much.
If they had to define people's roles in MLC, I think they'd have to hire an additional person just to do that. Everybody does a little bit of everything. It's great to see. But yeah, North Carolina for the final weekend. That was excellent stuff. It operated very smoothly, I felt. Of course, good volunteers there as well, I should point out.
And this time, Justin
slower
Dill flashing outside off, and a change of pace from Bhaskar Yadram. I don't know if that was intended or just a consequence of the fact that he's bowling into a sideways wind. It's kind of sideways and slightly at his... what do I say? At his hips. He's bowling slightly into the wind, and it's going sideways. So it's going from left to right. If you're watching on the screen, that's the way the wind is blowing when Bhaskar Yadram's bowling. And this time it goes for the Yorker, jammed out. Harmeet Singh will keep it to a single in the ring. Good bowling, getting the Yorker in.
We were talking about Bhaskar Yadram's action earlier, your tag team partner. We were talking about his action, myself and Nick, and how he seems to be, the ball seems to be out of his hand before his front foot's even down. He actually releases it at the height of kind of a spinner, doesn't he? With the way that he bowls, instead of kind of out in front of himself. You think that it helps affect the timing of the batter?
Well, he's almost like a right-handed version of Sohail Tanvir in that sense, bowling off the wrong foot almost. And it can be confusing if you've not faced him before. Just 7 runs in that over. 180 for 7 after 44. As the lower order keeps pushing this MLC East side towards what they hope will be a defendable total. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be possibly a little bit under par based on what we saw yesterday. Is Carmine LaRue back on the field. He spent some time resting his legs, getting some treatment on the physio table, but he's got 4 overs left. And he's got the ball in hand now, and I tell you, he had a sharp spell and an explosive spell, so explosive that he exploded the box Abgard Cup of Sai Mukkamalla. And Sai was able to recover from that and still put on a very impressive knock, you gotta say.
Yeah, and Carmine was announced back in 2020, had some visa issues, had some issues getting here, securing a meeting and all that.
One of the
look at
first
how quick he bowls.
One of the first players signed, and actually one of the last ones to arrive because of those issues, like you said, Nate. And he's got the wind at his back. It's kind of sideways, and it's going right to left as he comes over the wicket to the right-handers, and then also at his back. It's kind of at a diagonal angle. The wind is blowing today, so he's got some assistance with the wind, and he's trying to use that angle too with the wind blowing from the leg side to the offside. As this is going to be two subfielder on Anirudh Emanuel trying to clean it up at deep third man, but good work from Cornet Dry.
And Carmine bowls, in my opinion, noticeably faster than pretty much anyone we've seen this week. Wouldn't you say?
Well, the wind sure isn't hurting him, I know that much. But he's definitely sharp.
Oh, there's a nice short ball.
Carmine just reminding Cornet Dry, even though we're both South Africans, we're on the opposite side of the field today. No freebies, no gimmies. He's not going to be serving up half volleys.
Now, this is a matchup. We were talking about WWE a minute ago. This is a matchup I would love to see. Carmi versus Corny Dry. WrestleMania.
Hell in the Cell. Is that what you're going for?
Who do you take in that situation? It's like they're made for that. They're made for that situation.
I think they might nominate each of them to be Survivor Series captains.
I can't pick which one of them's the heel though. That's the problem.
This is true. And just straying a bit down the leg side. So he's gonna have to redo that one.
Good stop by Lahiru. I can tell you, Lahiru, as the wicketkeeper of the Morrisville Cardinals, has not seen much of Carmi's pace within that team. I know they'd love to add they'd love to add a true quick on that team, but who wouldn't? Oh, a little slower there. Beats him. Excellent slower Fuller ball. And Cornet Dry goes back to the dugout. He won't be happy with that innings. He fancies himself a batsman. And he is a capable batsman. We have seen him smash the ball around the ground quite a bit in the South Division.
Not this week in Texas, he hasn't.
He has not clicked yet, that's for sure.
A lean run here so far in the MLC Houston Challenge Series. And he has to go for...
We know in baseball what makes a good changeup is a good fastball. And I think that's also true in cricket. What makes a good slower ball is a good quick ball. If you bowl nice and fast and you can control your slower ball, you're gonna get results with it.
So he goes for 4. And this is good accurate death bowling from Carmi LaRue.
And here comes Dane Pete, looks like. Yep, Dane Pete coming in.
Now, did you know that? Is that because you heard glass shattering? Did you hear the Stone Cold entrance music? Is that what gave it away?
Must have been. What would be your entrance song, Peter? It had to be some Elvis song, right? Ooh,
I might have to go for All Shook Up if that's the case. All Shook Up.
That's a good one. Very literal song too.
There's no bad choice if it's an Elvis entrance song. Gotta say. I mean, yeah, I might go for All Shook Up.
What do you have here?
Pete keeping this one out. And there's one illegal delivery left in the over now. Or is that the over? No, that is the over. So over up. 3 runs off the bat. 5 runs total with the 2 extras and the wicket taken. So it's 185 for 8. After 45. Justin Dill on the verge of deja vu from yesterday where he ran out of partners when he was looking reasonably solid at the crease. And it's just a matter of can he get some support from Dane Pete over the last 5 overs here. Dane Pete, we know he can bat because we saw him yesterday, Nate, smash one of the biggest 6s you will ever see in Texas off of Jaskiran Malhotra.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a great 6. It was an excellent 6. But size 6 today, he did have the wind to his back. He timed that thing just right, put it right up in the wind, and the wind did the rest. Oh, there's a good one.
This
That's
one
definitely out of here.
we talked about the wind changing directions today. Yesterday, that would have hung up for an easy catch, but the wind changing directions today. And Justin Dill latches onto it, drives it over long on for 6.
Justin Dill wearing number 8, my favorite number. I always liked to wear the number 8 in every sport I played because it rhymes with Nate. So Nate 8. I'm a very simple man. And here, let's take a look at the replay. Oh, never mind. That was the replay.
Easy single now, despite the direct hit from Harmy. Justin Dill well in. So some valuable runs here towards the end of this innings for MLC East, who won the toss and chose to bat here on the second day of the MLC Houston Challenge Series, Prairie View Cricket Complex. You see Yadram now trying to mix up his pace, slips in a slower ball there, but Pete gets his first run down the ground.
Direct hit on the throw back in. Dane Pete alertly looking for another run. Justin Dill, I think, wants another swing. 193 for 8. This innings doesn't look terribly unlike the East's innings yesterday, except for the good partnership for the 6th wicket.
Seen a lot of starts across the 2 days, but the only two who have carried on past 50, Aaron Jones and Xavier Marshall. And this one heaved flat to Harmeet Singh, and he judges it well on the rope at deep mid-wicket. So Justin Dill, if he got that up ever so slightly, it was going to sail for 6. The wind took that very quickly to Harmeet Singh. He just failed to get the elevation, and now MLC East in danger of not batting out their overs, Nate.
Yes, in danger of it indeed. And you can see Harmeet Singh cushioning that with his knees and his elbows there, getting his knees bent to cushion that ball, make sure he catches it. It was hit nice and hard. Celebrates a little bit, probably a little bit sarcasm there, but
it's a good catch, too, because, again, with the wind conditions, we've seen a lot of guys misjudge balls, especially square of the wicket. A lot of chances that the ball is hung in the air. Guys have not come off the rope.
Right.
Or they've come in too hard off the rope. And it just shows his experience there. Harmeet Singh, even though he's not played an awful lot of cricket here in Texas, he recognized the best option was just to hang back on the rope and let the wind do most of the work to carry the ball to him. And he holds on to that catch. I think a lot of less experienced guys would have charged in there and only to see the ball go over their head.
Yeah, and that's something I think young players should pay attention to, the way he caught that ball, the way he got himself, he got his body in front of it and cushioned it with it by bending his knees, giving a little bit. Very important to do that. Oh, that one stayed a little slower ball, went right underneath him, went right through. That one fooled everybody there.
Somebody with a Mars phone.
Is that Adi Gupta?
It's not Gupta. It's him or Ron. It's got Mars phone.
Let's see. Turn around.
Go outside and ask. Go outside and ask. We'll try and confirm who the new batter is. It's either Rohan Fadki or Aditya Gupta because he's got a Morrisville Cardinals helmet on, but the jersey number does not correspond to what's on the team sheet today. It is Rohan Fadki.
Rohan Fadki. Morrisville Cardinal, TCL youth player, very familiar with Rohan Fadki. Difficult to see from this vantage point who exactly people are. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be. I think our cameraman was just trying to give us a look. Excellent stuff.
Carmen LaRue comes in now, and Dane Pete trying to redirect the breeze in the opposite direction. Nothing but air on that heave.
Rohan Fadki, one of the best fielders in the country and under the age of 21, and maybe just outright one of the best fielders in the country.
LaRue searching for the Yorker there. And it winds up being a low full toss that Pete steers out to Shadley Van Skalkvik on the cover sweeper rope for just a single.
Let's see if the umpires let him get away with the white batting pads here.
Yeah, that was a big no-no yesterday. It's out of the 12th man play, but might call that the off-white, the cream, the vanilla, maybe not necessarily white. Maybe that's why they're letting it slide, Nate.
Maybe.
But Saideep Ganesh was sent back after he crossed rope yesterday because the umpires weren't pleased with the color of the padding he was wearing. And today, after the overrate, we were here almost 8 hours for a 50-over match yesterday. I think the umpires are encouraged to just speed things up a little bit. So they've let Rohan Fadki just get away with this one. And again, that extra pace from LaRue, hustling Rohan Fadki. And now extra hustle in the opposite direction as Fadki tries to come back for two, but he's going to be run out. Sharp relay. Excellent work done by a combination of Arjun Vijala and Lahir Malanta. There was an easy one. Malanta, the keeper, and Arjun Vijala coming in off the rope. Vijala gets it to Harmeet Singh. And again, Harmeet Singh just showing how alert he is and the experience. A lot of guys wouldn't have run to cover the stumps when the wicketkeeper went off to chase after the ball. But Harmeet Singh not missing anything today and denies that second run. And it also means that the East squad has been bowled out for 195 with 20 balls left unused in their innings, Nate.
Little bit of a Derek Jeter style there from Harmeet Singh, coming in covering the stumps like he did. It's a nice heads-up play from him. Nice throw from the fielder, Arjun Vijala. And when you get your chance to come in the ground, to come onto the ground, even if you're a 12th man, or in this case 12th or 13th man, and you get a chance to step on the field, it's great when you can do something like that for your team.
So you see the bowlers figures there. Carmi LaRue ends with 1 for 28. Bowled a lot better than that. Constantly challenging players, especially in his new ball spell. Shiley Van Skalkvik, 2 for 27. Bhaskar Yadram kind of flew under the radar there, 3 for 47 in his spell. Was expensive early, but came back well. Finished with 3 wickets. Harmeet Singh and Umar Khan basically bowled in tandem. Left arm spin throughout a large sequence of play. And you can see the East squad going from 170 for 5, losing their last 5 wickets for 25 runs. So a fairly rapid collapse after the outstanding 68-run partnership between Sanjay Krishnamurti and Mohsin Mohammed. That's the state of affairs here now at the innings break, as the MLC West squad will be heavy favorites, Nate, to chase down a target of 196 with their batting firepower. Any last thoughts on the first innings before we head to a break?
Well, yesterday's game, I believe, ended about 6:45. I can't see this one going nearly that long, considering the batting depth of the West team. What a shame that the East threw away that 6-wicket partnership. Sanjay Krishnamurti and Mohammed Mohsin. What a shame. Yeah, we almost saw a really good innings, really good comeback from them, and they threw it all away in the last 4 or 5, 6 overs.
So again, a reminder, the target 196 will be what MLC West is chasing. And we'll take a short break for now. I'm Peter Delapenna alongside Nate Hayes, and Nikhil Uttamchandani will be back for the chase as well. You're watching live coverage of the Major League Cricket Houston Challenge here at Prairie View Cricket Complex on the MLC Network.
So welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. We have David White, Unmuk Chan starting things off for the MLC West team in pursuit of that 196th victory.
Peter Delapenna and Nikhil Uttam Chandani here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. As Nikhil said, 196 the target. Justin Dill has got the new ball in hand. Unmuk Chand at the non-strikers end and David White on strike. And it's even windier than it was yesterday. Didn't think that was possible, but all things are possible in American cricket. There's a short mid-wicket in place. Cody Chetty, as well as a slip. As Dill runs in. And he runs off to the covers to celebrate a first ball wicket. David White, one just skidded low. We saw that in the first innings, one of the early wickets to fall. Prodding down the wrong line, and this time just hits the seam and just skids on. And David White has to walk off. Golden duck.
Yeah, really surprising. First delivery of the innings. And he just, what should be a walk in the park. Here's a look at it again. Just surprised everyone. Just stayed extremely low. Expecting it to bounce, and Justin Dill just removes the off stump. Big setback for the MLC West team.
And we saw that happen with Smith Patel's dismissal, where the ball just skidded very low. He was prodding down the wrong line, and the wind is the other issue. The wind is blowing from left to right from the end that Justin Dill is charging in from the highway end. So that ball might have started on a fifth stump line, but whether it's just the natural seam movement coming off the scrambled seam, hitting the seam, or the wind aiding that movement going left to right, that accounts for David White. And it means we've got the double nines at the crease. 9 of the non-strikers and Unmuk Chand now 9 on strike. Sammy Aslam are going to have to do maybe rock, paper, scissors after the end of the match today to have one of them have number 9 supremacy, Nikhil. They couldn't decide it before the jerseys were issued. Dill staying over the wicket. Sammy Aslam, the left-hander, now out in the middle.
Yeah, two class players at the crease. Need to spend some time though. Always a big concern when you lose your opening batter, the first delivery of the match. Just 196 to get, but a couple of wickets here early in the first 10. Remember the East were 21 for 2. Makes things very interesting. Sammy Aslam just having a touch at that. But this will be a big partnership for the West team. Aslam and Chan. Just so much batting though to come. Shehan Surya. Lahiro Milanta, of course. And then some power towards the end of the innings with Hamad Hassan, Bhaskar Yadram, and Shadi Van Skelvik.
And just teasing that line, angled across in that fourth stump. And Dill again using that wind with the angle. The wind's blowing very strong left to right. So just using the angle and having the wind assist to take the ball away from Sammy Aslam. This is very good bowling. I don't know about you, Nikhil, but it's a good opportunity to bring in a second slip. I think it's quite conservative, the field they got now. With the wind blowing that direction, early wicket, they could afford another slip in there. This time gets it full and driven straight to Cody Chetty at short extra cover.
But he is getting the ball to leave the left-hander. So, yeah, that second slip could very well be an option.
Milan Kumar is in it. Slip next to Smit Patel, the two former Indian Ranji Trophy players. And it's going to be a wicket maiden to start off the chase from Justin Dill. So that first ball, dismissal of David White, followed up by another 5 dots to Sami Aslam. None for one after 1 over. Cornet Jai's got the new ball from the Forest end. To bowl the second over here. The Atlanta Fire representative. And goes for the Yorker immediately. And McJohn up to the mark to keep it out. Still just the one slip in place by the MLC East squad. Chan, who captained the India under-19 squad to the 2012 under-19 World Cup title, is at the crease, and his wicketkeeper, who was part of that team, Smit Patel, is behind him in the MLC East colors. And as I said, Milan Kumar, another Indian domestic player prior to coming to the USA for Major League Cricket, is at first slip. And this time, Cornet Jai bangs it in back of length. And a typical one-day cricket shot, just steering it with an open face, a deep third man. And Mohsin Mohammed cleans it up. And it means Unmukt Chand and the MLC West squad is underway. First run on the board here in the chase.
Obviously coming off of an amazing Houston Open leading run score in that tournament, 315 runs. Unmukt Chand got 100 in that tournament as well. So in good nick coming into this series. And they'll be expecting him to sort of anchor this run chase. Just 4 runs needed per over. Should be easy going for them, given the batting lineup that they have. But you mentioned a couple wickets here, Peter, and it could be very interesting.
I'm just curious to see how both of these bowlers utilize the windy conditions. Cornet Jai coming over the wicket to Aslam, and the ball is going to be angled across, but at the same time coming back in with the wind. The wind is blowing right to left with Aslam on strike. So if he gets it in that 4th, 5th stump channel, you'll get just some natural movement inwards. Just because the wind is blowing so strongly into his body, could pose some challenges to Aslam. And this time, pitched up, but he can't pierce the gap past. Looks like Saideep Ganesh at cover, or Cody Chetty. Got 2 number 8s in the field and 2 number 9s at the crease. Cody Chetty and Justin Dill both wearing number 8 in the field for the MLC East squad. Cody Chetty at cover and Justin Dill down at deep fine leg in between overs. Bowling from the highway end is Cornet Jai charges in again. We saw a number of bouncers from Carmi LaRue in the first inning. Here's the first run from Cornet Dry to keep Sammy Aslam honest on the back foot. Just 1 run in the over, 1 for 1 after 2.
Keeping his Atlanta Fire teammate Sammy Aslam honest. Love to see that battle yesterday was Dry against Aaron Jones. Could say Jones won that one. 17 not out for him. And now Cornet Dry. So they do tend to start with the seam from both ends. The MLC West team, Justin Dill, Cornet Dry. And then they have a lot of spin options. Dane Pete, the captain himself. Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Aditya Gupta in today. Excited to see. Heard a lot about him, Peter.
He's got decent leg spin. He's still, as you would expect for a young leg spinner, working on his control, but he does bowl a decent amount of wicket-taking deliveries when he does get it right. I think the more impressive part of his game that we didn't really get a chance to see today, he's got some explosive power hitting at times. For those just joining us, it's 12 players aside in this contest today, 11 bat, 11 bowl. So Aditya Gupta was named in the playing 12, but did not bat. We will probably get a chance to see his leg spin at some point later on, though. And a crunching cut shot in front of point. Teases the fielder all the way to the rope. First boundary off the bat of Unmukchan. And you said it, Nikhil. Red hot in the Houston Open and continues bringing the heat here in Texas.
Those strong wrists allows him to be so powerful. Square of the wicket, the cut, the pull. And in this power play, just too short, too wide as well. Not going to threaten the wicket of Unmukchan. Easy in the end.
Bullseye! Justin Dill hammering the stumps with authority here in the power play. He knocked over the timber to David White first ball, and then 1 ball after conceding the boundary, fires back the off stump to send Unmukchan back. So an incisive opening spell here from Justin Dill, trying to propel MLC East to a victory one day after they went down to the USA Invitational 11. What a start.
Well, anytime you get the wicket of Unmukchan, has to be a good delivery. Again, that inward movement just takes the off stump. And a great follow-up to what was a wide, short delivery.
Like you said, Nikhil, that wind that's aiding Justin Dill, the wind is blowing very strongly left to right, and it's helping that inward movement, just darting the ball back in off the seam.
Yeah, first went in with the angle, then off the seam as well. And some of we saw Shadi Van Schalkwyk do it in the first innings. Huge result, though. I think that would be the one that the MLC West, given his form, would have been targeting. What it does mean, though, another player with international experience, Shehan Jayasuriya for Sri Lanka, comes to the middle.
And he comes to the middle under pressure. 2 wickets down in the first 2+ overs here. 5 for 1 after just 2.3 overs. 5 for 2, excuse me, after just 2.3 overs. And again, Nikhil, I think there's a case here to bring in a second slip. Dane Pete maybe being slightly conservative. Got 2 men down, and the batters are really struggling with the angle and the wind that Dill is producing as he comes charging in around the stumps.
Well, he's gone around, but I think I may rather see him bowl over the wicket, Peter, to push the ball across that left-hander. So maybe we saw him doing to Sammy Aslam.
No, he was definitely causing problems with that angle and the wind taking the ball away. over the wicket, and I agree with you 100%. I'm not sure exactly why he switched the angle to come around the wicket when he was bowling very effectively over the wicket to both the right-handers and the left-handers.
Signs of that variable bounce, so not really bouncing as high as you would expect. So what it does mean is that you got to be on the front foot more often than not.
And the wind is blowing so strong that even though those zing bales are heavier than your standard set of bales, Nikhil, the bales have just blown off. And Milan Kumar comes up from slip to try and reset them. That just tells you how strong the wind here is today in Prairie View. It is really gusting strongly. We saw Harmeet Singh have his hat and his pocket blown off earlier. He still charges in again. And it's just jammed out to Dane Pete at mid-on to end another powerful over in favor of the East squad in the field. 5 for 2 after 3 overs.
Or Justin Dill running rampant so far. Already 2 wickets for him.
Just a slight shift in the field here as Saideep Ganesh wheels around from square leg to mid-wicket, and Cody Chetty, who was in the covers earlier, is now looking like he's at a short extra cover. That's Sai Mukkamalla in the covers. Cody Chetty at short extra cover, really in a catching position. Milan Kumar is at slip. Sanjay Krishnamurthy's at backward point.
How good was that not from Sanjay Krishnamurthy? Clearly showing to be very valuable at this stage. But 45 for him. So much fortitude shown. I thought he deserved a 50.
Again, a standout feature, the guys who have succeeded over the first 2 days are the players who've utilized the wind conditions well. Saw Aaron Jones and Xavier Marshall both bat very intelligently in terms of not hitting the ball in the air against the wind and using the wind when it was at their back to hit over the top. Aaron Jones also at the end of his innings yesterday when he's ostensibly facing into the wind, shuffling across his crease to hit behind square, scoop behind square, so that the wind would help the ball carry to the rope behind square. And Sanjay Krishnamurthy, the big shots he played in, as well as Sai Mukkamalla, they were all with the wind. They didn't really try and force things into the wind. And Sammy Aslam gets one over pitched from corner dry, and needs to be his first run. It's finally off the mark through the covers as Krishnamurthy chases it down to keep it to 2. The only 2 players outside the ring during the power play at the moment, deep fine leg and deep third man. Let's try, keeps it full and squirts it off the edge. It's going to be cleaned up by Dill on that deep third man rope, and they're going to hustle back for 2. This is excellent running by Sammy Aslam, recognizing that Justin Dill is going to be throwing into the wind. Again, that recognition of the wind conditions, the ball and the wind is tailing towards the highway end, so any throw that Mohsin Muhammad at deep fine leg or Justin Dill at deep third man they're going to make, they're going to be thrown into a very strong wind, and you can always take that on for a second run.
Yeah, these 2 will be very important. They won't panic, even though they've lost 2 early wickets. They do also have the time. I find both of these, in terms of watching their game, more suited to the 50-over format because they can actually get in.
Now Cornet Dry going around the wicket, so changing the angle slightly and going short, but Sammy Aslam playing it with soft hands for a single to get off strike with 1 ball to go in this 4th over.
still, even though they've lost 30 wickets, that required run rate per over, just 4. No need to panic. No need to take many risks. I think Mohammad Mohsin and Sanjay Krishnamurti showed how exactly the blueprint of how to bat on this surface.
And this time pitched up again, and Shehan Jayasuriya goes through the offside. Mukkamalla giving chase, and he'll drag it back before the rope as Krishnamurti takes the relay flick and fires it into Smith Patel. So 2 runs off the final ball. Caps a 7-run over, 12 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, I was just saying how Mohammad Mohsin and Sanjay Krishnamurti both took about 20 deliveries before they really began to open up and look to score.
Still continuing with this around the angle, around the wicket angle. To Aslam, who blunts it towards Cody Chetty in the covers. The other impressive thing about Justin Dillon, this angle that he's been using to get the 2 wickets with the wind, again, it's blowing left to right, but it's also blowing into his face, so he's running up the hill into the wind and still causing so much damage. Just shows how cagey he is. And this time a bit straighter on the stumps. Pushed back gently with soft hands to Dill. Dill, who is part of the New Jersey Stallions runner-up squad in the inaugural final of the minor league cricket championship weekend in North Carolina, along with Sai Mukkamalla. This time he goes short, but just strays a little bit too much down the leg side. So an extra credited to the West total. And the first extra of the innings conceded by the East.
These two will be targeting that 10th over. Want to bat to the 10th over. Really get in. Not a big chase. Did well with the ball in hand. The MLC West to make sure that they chase less than 200.
It's just that back of the length. That's the length that produced those wickets. And it was just that variable bounce that he got to. This time comes on, gets a little bit of extra bounce, but it was that length. And he bowled to get those wickets where the ball just skidded a touch low. Both to David White and Mukchan. So he's staying disciplined with that length.
And again, Peter, I think when Sami Aslam first came to the crease, Justin Dill was operating from over the wicket and beat the outside edge 3 consecutive times. So this move to now change around the wicket. Yes, you want to bowl into the body, but I just think it was much more effective seaming the ball away from Aslam, bringing that slip into play.
Well, it's not just that, Nikhil, but again, I keep going back to it. I think they could afford a second slip here. Got him 2 wickets down inside the first 5 overs. And like you said, he was troubling him a lot more over the wicket. This angle into the body, Sami Aslam is negotiating it with a lot less difficulty. Know what he's trying to do. He's trying to angle it into the body and have the wind take the ball away to just get that natural angle coming in and then going away. But I think, like you said, he was causing more damage just going with the full angle, just continuing it to take it away from over the wicket. And this one again prodded into the covers. Cody Chetty attacking. No runs off the bat, just the one extra in the over. 13 for 2 after 5.
So it will be corner dry continuing. Just 8 runs in his 2 overs. Far from over, sorry, Peter. Far from over this game with these 2 at the crease, as well as a lot of batting to come. Hamad Azam, Lahir Milanta, and then a lot of power towards the lower order.
Well, we thought Corner Dry was going to come on. He handed his hat over. Made it look like he was going to continue, but Dane Pete has had a change of mind, change of heart. And it looks like the captain is going to take the ball himself. And they're calling for a helmet for Smit Patel to stand up to the stumps.
I think the 2 left-handers, Dane Pete, aware of the situation that he needs to take continuous wickets. Only 195 on the board. So because of that, he's brought himself on the ball to move away from the left-handers. With that new ball as well, could get a bit of extra bounce. The harder new ball.
The other thing, coming around the wicket, the ball with the wind is going to be drifting into the body. So if you can get it to drift in, and if he's able to get some turn, drift in towards the left-hander with the wind, but then if he can get some turn to spin it away, could be a handful for the left-handers. Here comes Dane Pete with his first delivery. He's got Milan Kumar in it, slip. And the 2 boundary riders at the moment. One is at long off, and the other is at deep square leg. Saideep Ganesh, who's going to do the fielding here to keep this to a single. Tells you how good the fielding quality is in this team. You've got Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who's an outstanding fielder. He's in the covers along with Justin Dill at the moment at backward point. As this one is swept behind square, and he places it beautifully to get it wide enough of Saideep Ganesh for a boundary. Excellent shot as Dane Pete just touched 2 straight on the legs, and Sami Aslam makes him pay.
Was so strong on the sweep, Sami Aslam, but what he did well there was just play a little later to ensure he beat that man at deep backward square. Actually a deep mid-wicket, but a very fine mid-wicket, so comes around a lot finer, that fielder.
As he said, Nikhil, that boundary causes a change in the field. He was much wider prior to that boundary. Now he's at a genuine deep backward square now. Pete getting it a bit straighter and just slowing it up a touch in the air. The fielding quality, as I was saying, Rohan Phadke, who is an outstanding fielder in his own right, who typically would be at a backward point position, because you've got such great fielding depth in this side, he's at long off in the catching position for a sky boundary chance. As Aslam punches this one back to Dane Pete. 5 runs in the over, 18 for 2 after 6.
So a good over for the West. 5 runs coming from it. Exactly what's needed. These 2 just happy to knock it around. Utilize the time in the sun. It's been a nice day, Peter. Good weather. Besides this unbearable wind. What is it about Texas, man? One day extremely hot. The next day you wake up freezing cold. Today the wind.
Well, sometimes you're lucky enough to get all 3 in one day.
You know, you never really know what you have until it's gone. Now I really miss the Barbados weather because every day is hot there, Peter.
You get some breezes off the ocean, but nothing like this, I would imagine.
Oh, it's a nice cool breeze. You actually like the breeze. So a change of ends for Cornet Dry. Pretty interesting move, to be honest. Justin Dill really caused problems for those first 2 wickets.
I think, again, this is a product of the heat. You said it's windy, but it's still hot. Hot yesterday. Not quite as hot as yesterday, but it's still pretty warm. So you just want to keep these guys fresh. And that's that over the wicket angle. This is why McKeel said it a number of times. Justin Dill, I think he just made a miscalculation after taking those 2 wickets, bowling over the wicket and causing problems over the wicket. Just went around the wicket. Wasn't as challenging for either Jayasuriya or Sammy Aslam. And right away, Cornet Dry with the over the wicket angle causing problems for Shehan Jayasuriya. And there it is again. Magnificent delivery, beating the outside edge. Just on that back of the length, causing problems again.
And just in those 2 deliveries, it shows you exactly why I think Justin Dill should have bowled over the wicket to the left-handers. Much more complex to face. Seam moving away from you.
And also, Nikhil, I feel like I want to get a megaphone out here to shout out to the field to get a second slip in. You can feel an edge is going to come. And from the east perspective, you'd hate to see it fly wide of Milan Kumar at first slip. The West squad under pressure here, 18 for 2 in the 7th over. This is going to be a testing period. Cornet Dry utilizing that bounce and that angle with the wind, taking the ball away from the left-hander. Back of the length again, this time much more assured from Shehan Jayasuriya.
Yeah, and you will keep him quiet if you are on that back of the length delivery, because to score you will have to take some risk, whether on the pull, the cut.
And this time just strays on the legs. Krishnamurti can't cut it off. Good running. Get a tight single to just relieve the pressure ever so slightly. At the moment on the offside, it's Saideep Ganesh at backward point. Mukkamalla in the covers. Cody Chetty at extra cover. And Chetty again will do the fielding here to wrap up a 1-run over, 19 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, I like that over from Cornet Dry, though. Asked a lot of questions of the 2 left-handers at the crease. Peter, for this East team, just 195 runs on the board. You think the only way to win this game is to continuously take wickets. And yes, while it is a pretty deep batting lineup, a lot of power hitters to come, the likes of Hamad Azam, Bhaskar Yadram. So I just wonder, maybe a couple of inroads here. You know the saying, 1 always brings 2. And you could be in with a big show.
Here comes Pete again to start his second over. And Jayasuriya playing him off the back foot. And on that point about needing to attack to get wickets to really have the best chance of defending the total, which is why I keep saying get an extra slip in there for the Pacers at least. He's got the slip in for the spinner, Pete, with Milan Kumar at slip. And just strays a bit too straight. Flicked to Saideep Ganesh out at deep backward square. So the milk is single. And that's a factor of the wind again. Just Pete struggling every so often just allowing the wind to get the ball to drift too straight into the pads. He's just got to really start with a fifth stump line, and the wind will take it into middle and off stump. But if you start with an off stump line, the wind is just going to take it into leg stump or outside leg stump. That's how strongly it's blowing today. And this time he gets it on that off stump and hit straight to backward point. This time straying on the legs again. Aslam doesn't quite middle it, but still gets enough of a connection to score a single out to deep backward square again for one.
He was shaping up at one point to go for the slog sweep. Sami Aslam would have been a risk with the mid-wicket fielder there. So he controlled it well, just checked the shot for a single.
It's an interesting cat and mouse game there because he's got the protection of deep backward square, but that's where the wind is blowing. So you get it in the air just a little bit, that ball is going to sail 30 yards over Saeed Ganesh's head on the boundary. Do you want to take that chance, though, with the boundary rider there? That's the question. And this time, a more methodical defense from Jayasuriya. So just 2 runs again in that over. 21 for 2 after 8.
They're keeping things well controlled. And funny enough, the MLC East were also 21 for 2. So a lot of similarities in terms of the 2 innings.
Start of the 9th over. Here comes Dry to Aslam, who uses the angle to just guide this with soft hands out to deep third man for 1. Aditya Gupta is now on the field. Cleans it up. And we talked about him before. We could see him bowling some leg spin here in the middle phase of the innings. At the moment, the East squad is continuing with pace from one end. Jayasuriya is now back on strike. And this one 2 straight, but can't find the gap in the leg side as Krishnamurthy is there to cut it off in the ring.
Yeah, that seam and pace in tandem tactic is something that we've pretty much seen in all of modern day white ball cricket.
See the wind really whipping up now, very, very strongly. Going from left to right as Corne Dry comes in, and the wind is going to take that towards Aditya Gupta, but he misjudges it. It was going to come towards him, and I think he thought it was going to sail to him a lot more strongly than it did. He was hanging back on the rope, expecting the wind to carry the ball out to him, and it just started to die. And Corne Dry is not happy.
But I'm surprised that Jayasuriya opting to go for that shot. Didn't get anywhere close to it, just hung the bat out. And with that third man in place, which was in with a good chance, really can't afford to lose a wicket from here.
Too short, but 2 straight on the body. And easily pulled on the turf for 1 out to deep fine leg. So Sami Aslam looking more and more assured the longer he spends time out in the middle. Rohan Fadki, the fielder at deep fine leg. So we got 2 North Carolina teenagers out in the boundary in the power play here. Deep fine leg and deep third man. This Dry runs in again Too short into the hips, but this time Jayasuriya can't flick it away. Just nudges it back to Sanjay Krishnamurti. 1 ball to go here in the 9th over. 24 for 2.
They need to take this wicket. The East team have to continue to pick up wickets because these two will score. They're just that quality. They just push it around.
And again, Try just struggling with his line. Getting it a bit too straight the last couple deliveries. Another single milked. The deep fine leg where Fadki tosses it in for a single. 4 runs in the over. 25 for 2 after 9. As the West chase a target of 196. Dane Pete now about to begin his 3rd over. Jayasuriya on strike. Again, just letting it drift a little bit too straight. Cornet Dry will come in from short final leg, but can't deny the single. And now almost makes an extra mess of it, but very alert. Rohan Fadki out at long off. Denies what could have been an overthrow.
So you've got Sami Aslam from Pakistan, Shia Jayasuriya from Sri Lanka. What language would they be communicating in, Peter?
Well, some of these guys, they just communicate, you could argue telepathically. They just look at each other, they give a nod and a wink. No communication needed. That's how good the understanding is between some of these players.
And for the first time in his career, Peter Delafena leaves one outside the off stump.
This time, Cornet Dry is able to attack it and deny that single. And again, Dry active at short fine leg. Sami Aslam wanted the run, but he's turned back by Jayasuriya. Good work by Cornet Dry.
Yeah, that's the second time that Sami Aslam desperately wanted to get back on strike. Not sure the need for any risk.
Good discipline here from Dane Pete as Cody Chetty picks up the ball at mid-wicket to end the power play. Just 2 runs from the over. 27 for 2 after 10. Pete, none for 9 in his 3 overs.
They do have a wide array of different options they can go to. The captain, Dane Pete, Mohamed Mohsin with his leg spin, Sanjay Krishnamurti, the two that really did the bulk of the scoring with the bat in hand, can be assets with the ball. And of course, as you said, Aditya Gupta with his leg spin.
Even though the first power play is done, Dane Pete staying relatively attacking. He's not pushed any extra fielders outside the circle right now, and he's kept the slip in place. So even though he can afford to have 2 more fielders outside, he's keeping 9 men in the ring for now. As Cornet Dry Charges in and confident leave from Sammy Aslam to start the 11th over.
Exactly what you've expected, though, from these two, since coming in at a real spot of bother for their team. Gotten through to the 10th over, but they'll be looking for much more. I don't think they'll want to leave it to anyone else. You never know with these run chases on this type of surface.
This one pitched up and driven wide of mid-on. Pete is going to give chase, but he's not going to get there. Boundary for Sammy Aslam to break the shackles a little bit and get some momentum going for the West.
Well, actually tugged it from outside the off stump, but because it was so full, could hit through the line of the ball, not be worried about the surface. So welcome boundary for the West, MLC West team. That's what time at the crease does give you, though. The comfort, well in. And look at the wind, man. It's really...
Well, initially, Cornet Dry stopped running in because there was almost a sandstorm that knocked him out of rhythm in his run-up. But then a few moments later, the bails come off. The hat comes off the head of Mohsin Muhammad. The wind causing all sorts of mayhem here in Texas, Nikhil.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything like this, to be honest. This has been of another level in terms of this wind.
Like I said before, you know it's a strong wind if it's knocking off the zing bales. Standard bales you can understand, but these zing bales are more than twice as heavy as your standard wooden bales, and when they're flying off, that's when you know you got a extremely windy day here in Texas. And this time, Cornet Dry adjusts his line to get it a little bit wider. Left alone as again the hat flies off the head of Mohsin Muhammad. He's got the two hat stack going on because Cornet Dry is bowling. And it's that extra hat, Cornet Dry's hat, it's flying off the head, and now Mohsin tucks it into the back of his trousers so that it doesn't fly away a third time. This time pitched up, but can't pick the gap. Cody Chetty in the covers. Doing the work there. And Justin Dill, who had been bowling with a new ball, he is currently off the field. Again, a reminder that it's 12-a-side match, 11 bat, 11 bowl. So that's why Aditya Gupta and Rohan Phadke are both on the field at the moment. Dill just having a little bit of a rest, getting some physio treatment after his opening spell. Slight change in the field as Sanjay Krishnamurthy is being sent out to deep backward square. You can have more fielders outside the ring during the power play. Dane Pete had just two fielders initially out once the 10th over ended, but now he's added a third boundary rider. So deep third man, deep final leg, and deep backward square. The boundary riders at the moment with Sammy Aslam on strike. And he goes with a slower ball, but Sammy not fooled. Just tucks that out into mid-wicket.
Don't like this move, though. The slip comes out to go to that strip mid-wicket position. But you remember, you want to take wickets. It's not about stemming the run flow. So, personally, I would like to see Cornet Dry operate with that slip. But I guess as the ball gets older, you will see less and less movement. Still think there's enough, though, for the seamer to push across the left-hander and bring that slip into play.
This time, very short. Is it too short? Yes. Mateen and Amdar at square leg. Signals that it was too high. So a wide call on height. It's going to extend the over for one more legal delivery.
Because of that height, we'll get that extra bounce. Cornet Dry. Such a tall man.
And this time short again, but there's that variable bounce, and It means Sammy Aslam wears one on the back. He was ducking again, expecting it to sail over his head, and instead he's going to have an ice pack at the end of play on the back of his shoulder. Cornet dry, causing problems here in Prairie View. 5 runs in the over, 4 off the bat, 32 for 2 after 11.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. But, again, the variable bounce, not rising. Well, direction, though. Into right below the eye level of Sammy Aslam, so took his eyes off of it. Uncomfortable blow.
Not nearly as uncomfortable as the shot that Sai Mukkamalla took in the first innings, Nikhil, though. It's all relative here in Prairie View. In case you missed it, Carmi LaRue destroyed the box, the athletic support of the cup that Sai Mukkamalla was wearing. Dane Pete, big shot for LBW. And Mateen and Emtar is unmoved. That looked awfully strong. As Nate Hayes joins me in the commentary position. What did you think of that shout, Nate? I'll try and get a look at the replay.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Well,
See if we can get it later in the over.
yeah,
As
maybe
Dane
later
Pete
in the
gets
over. Dane Pete's
his
moving quickly. Let's get.
second ball here. And this one defended a bit more confidently on the front foot. Well, that was an awfully strong shout. First ball to Shehan Jayasuriya. This time a bit straight, and Cornet dry is able to deny the singlet short fine leg. This time, Jayasuriya using his feet for the first time. Just pick off a single out to deep backward square. And now for Dane Pete. He's got a long on. And that deep backward square in place. But he's still got a slip in, and everybody else is inside the ring, so he's not got any extra protection than he had for the time being. And just as I say that now, Cornet dry is sent out from deep fine leg to deep backward square, and Saidi Ganesh cycles around to go a bit wider, more deep backward square just in front of square on the boundary. And Aslam now using his feet to pick up a single of his own through mid-wicket. So 2 runs in the over. 34 for 2 after 12. We talked before about the North Carolina teenagers in this MLC East squad who might get a chance to bowl today, and the first one is going to be Rohan Fadki. So he's going to come on. Aditya Gupta we could see later on with his leg spin, but Rohan with his medium pace is going to start around the wicket. And Smith Patel is going to be standing up to the stumps with Sammy Aslam on strike. good running here. Attacking. Sai Ganesh couldn't cut off that single from cover, so just looking to keep the scoreboard moving along here. This pair, after the early damage done by Justin Dill in the first 3 overs, 2 wickets falling, but since then, steadily building partnership has now reached 30 between Jayasuri and Semi Aslam. This time, Jayasuri is able to pick off a single to long on. Vodke, kind of a jack of all trades player. He's 3rd or 4th change medium pacer. Can bat at the top of the order, the middle of the order. And his best asset in his game is his fielding. Does a little bit of everything well, but doesn't really stand out in one particular discipline. He's a handy all-rounder. And at the moment, just keeping it tight here in his first over with 1 ball remaining in the 13th. And this time gets it just wide of Mukkamalla, who was trying to dive at extra cover to cut that off, but he's unable to. So single to end the over. 4 runs from it, 38 for 2 after 13. As we were just kidding before when we said Nate Hay was coming into the box. Nikhil Tamchandani is back.
Well, impressive over from Padke, but what I like about this pair, just very calm. No real risk involved. And it's really suitable when you're only chasing 196. Still 158 runs away, but you would think the longer that these two spend at the crease, the better chance they have of chasing this down with time to spare as well. That run rate now getting closer to 3, so slowly increasing. Milind Kumar into the attack for the first time of this Houston challenge. Peter, an interesting move. Maybe a roll of the dice, a gamble from Dane Pete.
Again, with you got the left-handers at the crease, I wouldn't expect Aditya Gupta to come on anytime soon if he's spinning the ball into the left-handers. So Dane Pete thinking on his feet, takes himself out of the attack to save some overs, and he's going to bring Milind Kumar in to bowl some off-spin. Trying to turn it away. And the left-handers in excellent work. There is Rohan Phadke. Backward point. Talked about his sharp fielding, and there's a prime example of it. The North Carolina teenager denying runs here to the west.
Well, does, of course, have Sanjay Krishnamurti, but also a left-arm spinner who will spin that ball in. So the fact that they've got 2 left-handers, the West team, is taking the attack out of Dane Pete in terms of using his main option. Slip goes out now.
And this time just gets it wide of Sai Ganesh, who's now at short fine leg. He was fielding on the boundary before. Now Cornet Dry has swapped positions with him. Cornet Dry is out on the boundary. So it's just been a slight adjustment in the fielding alignment. Krishnamurti, who was at backward point earlier, is now at extra cover in the ring. And they do have the maximum 4 boundary riders at the moment. Cover sweeper, long off, long on, in that deep backward square. And you don't see that every day. 1, a bowler bowling with his hat on, and 2, where did the hat come from? I'm getting confused here. Did it fly off the umpire? Where did the hat come from, Nikhil?
It was tucked in the back of his pants, maybe. This is a serious win here, Peter. I don't think I've experienced anything like this before.
This time a slightly less eventful delivery. Punched back to Kumar. Well, at least when people come to this ground, is Milan Kumar almost wears one in his face, narrowly avoids a trip to the dentist, shows off his athleticism in the process. Turn that into a dot ball, so just 2 singles in the over, 40 for 2. And Nikhil, rather than having a cookie cutter ground, at least you know when you come to Texas, you know exactly where you are when you come to this ground, because I don't think there's anywhere else in America, definitely nowhere else outside of America, where you're going to get this kind of wind at a cricket field. So it's got a defining characteristic here at Prairie View.
And also due to that open nature of the venue. USA Invitational 11 practicing behind us, Peter. They'll be in action tomorrow. First time we'll get to see the MLC Central team. It'll be interesting to see how they fare. A few names we want to look forward to seeing. Zia Shazad, Willem Luddick, to name a few.
Definitely Willem Luddick. He's had a career both in South Africa and in New Zealand. Domestic cricketer now, living in Texas. Well, very well thought of player, whether it's his peers at the senior level or a lot of the juniors that he coaches. It's hard to find anybody who will say a bad thing about Willem Luddick. Very well regarded by everybody involved in the local cricket scene here in Texas. And you were talking about on air yesterday, trying to balance schoolwork and cricket. It's something the teenagers have to deal with, like Rohan Phadke and Aditya Gupta and Sanjay Krishnamurthy and Sai Mukkamalla. But Willem Luddick, even though he's in his early mid-20s, he's also balancing his studies. He's in his junior year at the University of Houston, working on a finance degree. And the fact that he's performing as well as he has in minor league cricket, getting a chance to be part of this Houston Challenge Series and the USA Nationals in November as well. He's showing that he keeps that discipline off the field as well to enable his cricket to succeed. Phadke runs in again. And this time cut just wide, a backward point, and Cornet Dry is going to have an awful lot of work to do it on the sweeper boundary, but he does it very, very well to save 2 runs.
He got the big right hand down so easily and all, just wasting his hard work overthrow.
There was no need for that. So you save 2 and then you give up 1 on just a terrible piece of work that was totally unnecessary. See the replay here. Cornet Dry doing the good work on the boundary. What you don't see on that replay is the sloppy work over the stumps. Jayasuriya just flicks this straight to mid-wicket. So a dot ball to end the over. 3 runs from it. 43 for 2 after 15.
I expect this to be last couple of overs before the drinks break. Manu Kumar, first over just went for 2 runs.
This time, Sami Aslam using his feet and just picks off a single pass. Krishnamurthy at extra cover goes to long off for 1. Haven't seen an awful lot of that from too many players, and I think part of that is a factor of the wind. It's hard to be able to use your feet confidently when the ball is doing all sorts of crazy stuff in the air. And that's an example of that. Jayasuriya comes down the track, He doesn't get anywhere close to the pitch. The ball moving sideways. But somehow he's just able to get bat on it, stabbing it out to deep third man for 2.
2 pieces of fielding where they've made it look so easy but very challenging because of this quick outfield.
This time stays in his crease to thump this past Krishnamurti. Awful lot of work to do for Sai Mukkamalla out at cover sweeper on the offside for the left-hander, and he is able to get to it to keep it to 2.
They're just down to 1 camera at the moment. Peter is working to get through some technical difficulties because of this ravaging wind.
Nobody is immune to the effects of the wind here in Prairie View, Nikhil. There's another single is taken out to Mukkamalla at cover sweeper for 1. And this time a good comeback delivery by Melon Kumar. Just dragging back the length ever so slightly.
But a very good over, 6 runs from it. They've got the required quarter.
This time off the back foot, Sammy Aslam can't find the gap at backward point. As again, Rohan Fadki is there. So, as you said, 6 runs from the over, 49 for 2 after 16. And we're not that far away from a drinks break, as this time we're not kidding. Nate Hayes is in the commentary box. Again, welcome back, Nate.
Thanks for the warm welcome, as usual. Had to take care of a couple of logistics there.
Rohan Fadki from your neck of the woods, about to start his 3rd over.
Good stuff so far from Fadki.
And a wide Yorker jammed out straight to short third man, so no run now, Nate. Saw Rohan Fadki running around the hotel on Monday afternoon with a North Carolina Tar Heels t-shirt on. Did you need to give him a hug and dry up his tears at around 10:30 on Monday night?
I haven't seen him a whole lot since then. I'm sure he'll recover.
For those who don't know what we're referring to, North Carolina lost the men's basketball national championship game in New Orleans.
To be honest, Peter,
I tell you what we didn't see. Sorry to cut you off. We didn't see Bert Cockley gloating. I was expecting that.
I talked to Bert. He was very, very excited.
Bert, a Kansas man.
He said, "You know, I went there."
University of
yeah.
Kansas graduate, got his master's degree there, and
worked with the basketball department for a while.
he worked all over the athletic department. He was with the football team.
Football, yeah.
I think he was with their club rugby team as well.
Yeah, the average North Carolina fan probably doesn't care that much that they lost. I mean, they care, but the bigger thing was definitely beating Duke 2 times this year in big games. Seeing Mike Krzyzewski off with kind of a middle finger. Oh, nice stop
That's
there.
one way of putting it, Nate, for sure, with an exclamation point. And Saidip Ganesh with an exclamation point at backward point.
So if you're going to make it the national championship and lose, that's a heck of a consolation prize for North Carolina fans. That's for sure.
Yes, one of the most memorable moments of that storied in-state rivalry. Not just in-state, but part of the triangle. Raleigh-Durham, Chapel Hill. And this time, Vodka a little bit too straight. And it's flicked to long on for 1. Rohan Fadki, as far as we know, according to what he said, he's going to be attending North Carolina next year.
Correct.
He's been accepted. So, yeah, a lot of the teenagers here, high school seniors, looking at where they're going next year. Rohan Fadki is going to be going to North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Sai Mukkamalla Said he's going to be heading to Rutgers, New Brunswick, the State University of New Jersey. There's another single is taken. 3 runs in the over. 52 for 2 after 17. As they're cycling through the overs fairly quickly here, and it looks like we might be able to squeeze in at least one more before the drinks break.
Yeah, this game has gone much quicker than yesterday's. The wind is a much bigger factor as well, and the heat not so much.
Now there's no match fee, so there's no trip to the match referee to get fined for your match fee for a slow over. But do they threaten the players with holding back the stipend, the meal stipend? What do you do to discipline players for a slow over in a situation like this, Nate?
Well, yesterday the punishment was you just had to stay out in the heat for a lot longer. I don't think the over rate has been an issue today. But yesterday, I think part of the punishment was all the restaurants around here close at 9 p.m., and I don't think a lot of guys got to go where they wanted to go.
That is a wake-up call. That is true.
It was a wake-up call for me, that's for sure.
It is something unique in a major metropolitan area. You wouldn't expect stuff to close early, but it is true. It does happen in
I'm here in
Houston.
Well, I think it's been a lot of places since the pandemic took over. But here we are in Houston. I'm hoping to eat some good local food last night. 9 p.m., heading out about 8:55. Everything on Google Maps was closing soon, except for Chili's. I ended up at Chili's at a chain restaurant. You don't want to end up at a Chili's when you're in Texas.
Do they still do the baby back ribs?
Yeah, they had a lot of ribs on the menu. That's for sure. Nothing against Chili's, but I can get Chili's anywhere.
Milan Kumar just getting a little bit tighter here. Sammy Aslam trying to dry up the runs after 3 singles to start the over. And this time Sammy goes big, and it goes through the hands of Saideep Ganesh at short mid-wicket. We've seen a lot of chances in this series, Nate, that are kind of fingertip chances just above head height. And almost all of them have slipped through the grasp. And right there, Saideep Ganesh, again, the wind blowing into his face. So the ball is coming a bit quicker. You got the wind to contend with. And it just rised on him a little bit sharper than I think he anticipated. And it just goes off the fingertips out to deep mid-wicket for 2. So another missed opportunity. A chance to end this partnership. And Sammy Aslam, now with a life on 27, moves to 29.
And where is Ray Remrotten when you need him? Making those leaping catches that he can pull down.
Yeah.
We have seen balls go right through the fingertips of fielders, right at the extent of their reach all week so far.
See that for sure about Big Ray. So Sammy Aslam dropped on 27. Goes now to 30. And at the end of 18 overs is 58 for 2. And now we will get that drinks break. So the partnership between Sammy Aslam and Shayan Jayasuriya is now at 53. And this is an excellent recovery, Nate, after being 5 for 2 inside of 3 overs. These two former internationals for Pakistan and Sri Lanka, respectively, Sammy Aslam and Shayan Jayasuriya, showing all that experience and putting it to good use here in Prairie View.
Absolutely. It's the West look to be in control right now. Both of these batters, very high quality. Both of them with their eye in at this point. There's no pressure for them to pick up the pace. And I don't think they're going to bat outside of themselves at any point in time.
So the drinks break 58 for 2, and I'm going to step out of the commentary box, and after the break, it'll be Nate Hayes still here alongside Nikhil Uttamchandani.
So back after the drinks break. Game well poised at the moment. Rowan Padke continuing. Nate Hayes alongside me.
Yeah, we were talking about Rohan being from the Morrisville area, playing for TCL Youth and the Morrisville Cardinals. Very athletic young kid, springy, makes a lot of great fielding plays, known for his fielding. Probably the best fielder in the U19 setup, and that is saying a lot because there are a lot of really good fielders in the U19 setup. So he's, if not the best, one of the best for sure.
Almost had the opportunity to catch Shanjay Surya. Always a tough chance on the return from the batter, but Nate, you must say these two at this stage, 60 for 2. The game really in their favor at the moment.
Yeah, they don't have any reason to do anything silly. Just keep playing the way that they are, and it doesn't seem like either of them are in any hurry to get out of there.
Both have starts. Much needed partnership for the MLC West after losing 2 very early wickets.
Be interesting with this batting from the West to see who comes in when, as the teams feel themselves out. USA Cricket behind us, currently practicing in the nets.
Said it before, there'll be an action. Just chipped up in the air, but no mid-wicket in place. Mid-wicket on the boundary, so easy signal for Sami Aslam. Just 136 more needed, Nate. The run rate won't be a problem. Just for required an over. That ends the first over after drinks, 61 for 2.
You have Lahiru Malanta, Hamad Azam in the shed still, along with everybody else. But those are the two. And Bhaskar Yadram as well. I would imagine Lahiru would bat next, depending on the situation, but in most situations I would imagine he would bat next.
Just a look at the USA team. Previously we had a look at the USA team in the nets. Just a look at the USA team in the nets. There'll be an action tomorrow against the Central. Good to see them putting in the work though. International unit. Expect that. Nothing but quality. This time in the air. Could be a chance and is taken this time. Cody Shetty runs around off the leading edge. And just when they were cruising, Sami Aslam has got to go. Could be a costly blow in the grand scheme of this run chase.
We have seen a little bit of variable bounce on this particular end. Last innings as well.
Was full from Milind Kumar. Wanted to take on the sweep, Sami Aslam, but it was just a little quicker. Didn't get the timing on it. Just went straight up and a good catch in the end.
Yeah, excellent effort there by Cody Shetty. Looked like his neck was a little bit sore after catching that one. The East will definitely be happy there. And coming in now is Hamad Azam.
So the captain, Hamad Azam, coming to the middle. A lot of batting still though for this MLC West team. Mentioned Lahir Milanta still to come. Bhaskar Yadram, very capable as well.
Definitely. Bhaskar, everybody in Morrisville who watched him play for the Empire State Titans against the Morrisville Cardinals will remember a shot he hit right about to the tennis court there, which is quite a long ways off. It's almost seems like he almost hit that ball twice the length he needed to. But he can really, really hammer it. And speaking of people who can really hammer it, Hamad Azam, who was the MVP of minor league cricket this last year. Phenomenal strike rate.
Yeah, he did it already. Hit sixes, scored runs, got wickets. Well, bringing the innovation out straight away. Should be an easy couple of runs. So underway straight away, Hamad Azam. And again, in the same area, and the same fielder, and the same result. Consecutive twos.
So there we go. 200 strike rate right now. No boundaries. He just piles runs on quickly.
And 3 times down the leg side, but this time it won't be 2 or before. So clearly his intent not to stick around it. Got 3 deliveries down the leg side. He's not going to miss out on that. And able to score Hamad Azam.
He wants to get out of here in a hurry. Does not want to end up having to eat at Chili's tonight because it's the only place open by the time he gets home. So 8 runs already for Hamad Azam after just 3 balls.
Off the outside edge now. More runs for Hamad Azam. Could even run into the boundary. Cody Shetty's a good fielder. Keeps it to just 2. But a quick outfield coming down the hill. Scored all 10 of his runs behind square. Big over for the West team. Even though they've got the wicket, still concede 12 from it. And 71 for 3. Gonna look very easy, Nate. Hamad Azam.
Yeah, he tends to do that. He's an incredible player, that's for sure. He was loads of fun to watch in minor league cricket, and I know he was very disappointed that his team didn't advance past the semifinal to the.
So now with the right-hander at the crease, Mohammed Mohsen, the leg spinner, comes into the attack. Bowled his full 10 overs yesterday. Showed good control. Got that back of the hand googly as well.
As we said yesterday, unusually tall for a leg spinner, 6'3". Batted pretty well today too.
Yeah, did a lot of that construction in terms of getting them up to that 195. We're really on par to get 220, 230 at one stage, but Sanjay Krishnamurthy was dismissed, and then Mohsen quickly followed and just killed the momentum of their innings. One of the real challenges of 50-over cricket. I think the disappointing thing for the East will be that they weren't able to bat the full quarter of 50 overs. Didn't give themselves the chance. Still 3 and some overs remaining in their innings before they were dismissed.
It's already pretty apparent that if the East want to make a game of this, they're going to have to get Hamad Azam pretty soon.
Well, let's see how he fares against the leg spin. Keeping low. First thought from Mohamed Mohsin. Big challenge for these batters with that variable bounce. You saw it get David White, first deliver of the innings. Oh, look at this. Just so strong square of the wicket. Hamad Azam, again going back to that sweep. Doesn't get it this time, but had he beat that fielder to the left or right, would have been a boundary. Can't be too full. He's already shown intent that he wants to play those scoops, those ramps, the late dabs. Cuts it again, but straight to the man.
Very easy flow to his batting style. I say that and then he attempts a slog and misses.
Tries again. This time he's got him. The quicker delivery from Mohamed Mohsin. Looked high at first, but the umpire, Jermaine Lindo, sent him in a flash. So, not sticking around. Hamad Azam, gone for 10. They strike on the final delivery. 72 for 4.
Well, like I said, they wanted that to happen. They needed that to happen if they were going to stay in the game. And Hamad Azam heads back to the shed with 10 runs from 9 balls. Got all 10 of those in his first 4 balls, I believe.
So Lahir Milantha comes to the crease. I look at the leg before decision again. A hit on the pad. Going back a far way in his crease. Easy decision in the end for Jermaine Lindo. May have just been the googly.
Yeah, in real time, that ball looked a little bit high, but I think on the replay, let's see here. I think on the replay, I think the umpire got it right.
Mohamed Mohsin knew it straight away.
Tricky call. The ball kind of rode up his leg after it hit him.
Yet again, though, they were just cruising on top. Well on top of the required run rate.
Right.
And you just wonder now, was that necessary? New batter comes to the crease. Could break up the momentum. And it's the captain. Gone again, Dane Pete. Back into the attack. Trying to get the left-handed Jayasuriya. And you would think that if they can get Jayasuriya here, they could well be in the game. The MLC East team.
I agree. The Hero Milantha is a very good batsman in his own right. But the sooner you get these guys out, the better. And Jayasuriya, definitely, he's been there long enough now. Exciting batter to watch in minor league cricket last year. Big part of his team. And here comes the Hero Milantha to the crease. The Morrisville Cardinals wicket keeper. The Cardinals put him in many situations similar to this last year, where he likes to bat a little more freely. And instead he had to focus on batting long.
Yeah, you living in Morrisville, Nate, you would have had a good look at Milantha. How is he suited for this situation? Just around 4 runs and over.
Well, he certainly was tested enough in this situation in minor league cricket last year. It's not his absolute strength, but I think he's more than capable. He would much rather bat more freely, but I think he's definitely capable of putting the team on his back here for a while.
Well, 2 left-handers at the crease. Dane Pete, the captain. No surprise to see him into the attack. What I really want to know is, does he go back to Mohamed Mohsen, who's just struck? Of course, Mohsen does have that googly, which he can bowl quite often. So he could do that to then try to take the ball away from the left-handers. Just 1 run from the over. 73 for 4.
They are staying with Mohamed Mohsen. Bowling now to 2 left-handers. This West team seems to be stacked with left-handers.
I expect to see a lot of those googlies out the back of the hand, so to carry the ball away from the left-hander. Melantha off the mark. Sorry, no, Shanja Surya gets a single, so
Yeah, we see that a lot now, and especially in a shorter format like T20, we see an awful lot of googlies going to left-handed batters these days. And for good reason, of course, for obvious reason. Turn the ball away from the batter.
Melantha finally off the mark, but because he's so quick, you can just use the pace off Mohamed Mohsen. First goal for this pair will be to get that runs required down to less than 100. Then you slowly target from there in 20 runs, or even break it down as simple as 10-run intervals.
Nick, are you surprised by the situation the West are finding themselves in right now?
Slightly, I think, given the way Sami Aslam, Shanja Asura were going, gets away with a full toss there, Mohamed Mohsen. I think that partnership didn't really require Sami Aslam to take any risk the way he was going. And then Hamad Azam as well. What a shot that is, though, from Melantha. If that's a sign of what's to come, the West should feel very good about their chances. Just too full and easily timed. So easy on the eye. Lahir Melantha.
Yeah, he did have some excellent innings for the Cardinals towards the end of the season, joining the team later in the season. But he's certainly a class player. And that's the over. And that's the over, and looks like Dane Pete from the Forest end.
So no surprises, Dane Pete continues the captain. Interesting if we see Milind Kumar, the other off-spin option, into the attack.
Dane's got to be happy seeing all these lefties all the time today.
Already a lot of left-handed options in this West team. I think Malanta, though, based on his game, perfectly suited for this situation. Because unlike what we saw from Hamad Azam, he will just sort of eliminate all risks, play safe, and do exactly what's required in the situation.
Yeah, he's definitely capable of that. I think in contrast to Hamad Azam coming out and going big for it. I think he definitely looks like he's ready. Now, I mean, the first few shots Hamad Azam took he got some help from the bowler for sure, and he just didn't fail to put the ball away.
Yeah, what he was trying to do in the last delivery, Malanta finally able to execute now. Easy single. That's all it really should be at this stage. You need 4 runs and over. That's less than a run a ball. 4 or 5 singles and over, and you get there quite comfortably. You will, of course, get the boundary here and there. So Shianji Asura, I think, playing the situation perfectly. Another easy single. And the more Samia Aslam and Shianji Asura, the more time they spent at the crease. I thought this game was getting further and further away from the West. Since then, they've taken 2 quick wickets. End of 24, 83 for 4. So, Mohamed Mohsin, just the 2 overs for him. And 2022, big year for MLC. The minor league championship as well. Coming to you soon, very soon this summer. And obviously, all these stars will be involved in the minor league. Indecision, chance for run out, gets home in the end. Melanta's very quick. And speaking of Lahiri Melanta, Nate, you're from Morrisville. That Morrisville team shaping up to be a very strong one. Melanta, you mentioned yesterday, Dane Pete will be going there. And, of course, Jaskar Malhotra also playing there.
Jaskar Malhotra. Yeah, Jaskar Malhotra, I mean, he's a phenomenal batsman. He opened for the Cardinals, and that's where he's most comfortable is opening. He bats later in the innings for USA. But, yeah, that could be a really formidable team with Lahiru and also Obus Pinar joining the team this year.
Yeah, it seems to be a very powerful group. And I think, obviously, with the finals being in North Carolina, they already feel, I mean, what a fantastic facility. But that's a conversation for another day. But given the fact that they can have that home advantage for those knockout phases, obviously came up short of that finals weekend in the last year's edition. So they'll be looking to go one up. And I think they've done, in terms of personnel, done the right things to acquire people for the job.
Definitely. And it's important that they have a good team, in my opinion. It's very important that they have a good team. As you mentioned, the facility is fantastic. It's one of the best in the country. We're sitting here at one of the other best in the country. And so it's very important that the teams that play on these nice grounds like this perform well. The teams that play most of their games there. I think it helps to put a spotlight on the league in all the right ways. And we do know that the league's coming along, or that the nation is coming along with more and more venues all the time. But nothing makes a product look better than a nice cricket ground, if you ask me. And those Cardinals, it's very important that they're a good team. I think the ownership understands that, and that's where you get guys like Lahiru and Dane and Obus and Jaskaran. And, of course, the youth there is never an issue. There's such a depth of youth there. There's a nice line of U19 players waiting to get onto that team.
Yeah, but that's, I think, the main thing that stands out to me about U.S. cricket from what I've observed in the last year. What a shot that is from Shianji Asura. Long off in place. Doesn't matter. And now he's really taking command of this situation. The West are very close to where they need to be for that 196 to win. Just a little too full from Mohsin. Trying to bowl the googly, but it's not going to spin when it's that full. No time to spin, really. End of the over, ends it well.
Yeah, I was right in line with where that ball left his bat and where it ended up. Hit the shed with a thud.
Nate, sorry, just getting back to my previous point, that was something that really stood out to me. I've been here now for a year in terms of the U.S., looking at sort of how the cricket has developed over time. The youth involvement from even before the under-19 level, you look at the Houston Open, having young children score, on the cameras. And I think everywhere I've been to in the States always have that youth. And I don't mean just 18, 19-year-olds. I mean 10, 11-year-olds involved in the game.
Very true. And if you look at, we talked about Morrisville being a hub for youth players. If you look at their under 15 age group, it's fantastic. There's a lot of promise in little areas like that, communities like that. There tends to be pockets of very, very good players that all play together. And that's incredibly important for the future of cricket in the USA. And Major League Cricket and Minor League Cricket will only help that.
Yeah, towards the end of last year, I went to Atlanta for the Atlanta Open, and on other fields, you saw so many young children under 11 age group playing exquisite cover drives to the boundaries, some one bounce for 4, and some even close to being a 6 as well. And you don't expect that from 11 and 10-year-olds. So I think whatever they're doing, whatever they're putting in the water and the food here in the U.S., it's definitely going the right way. And I certainly believe in the coming years, the talent pool to choose from is going to get so much bigger for the national team. Only means well for their chances in terms of competing in ICC League 2 and even, who knows, in the 50-over championship in some years to come.
Yeah, we've got a very bright, promising future for cricket here in the USA. I think another obstacle that we need to work on is building a fan base, and I know Major League, Minor League are interested in doing that as well. But you do that partly by growing the youth game, by developing more youth players, by spreading it throughout the youth. The youngsters in my neck of the woods who play cricket, they live, breathe, eat cricket, and they're always playing little cricket games with each other, just, like how many American youth go out and play basketball, and they're just always shooting hoops. Well, a lot of the kids in Morrisville are always throwing googlies to each other, bowling googlies to each other, or batting with tennis balls, and anywhere they can, they're playing a little game, and it's excellent to see.
Has done this well, Shane Jasura used his feet. Good platform for him. He'll be looking at just seeing this home. 102 needed, 26 overs done, 94 for 4.
And it looks like Rohan Fadki's staying in the attack. I've been talking an awful lot about Morrisville, about the Triangle Cricket League, Morrisville Cardinals, Rohan in the middle of all of that, for sure. Family very proud of him. Come to all of his games. Just like many of the other kids in the area. He, Abraham Bolasetti, Adi Gupta, all 3 of them here this week.
Yeah, a lot of under-19s filled in terms of these 4 teams. Obviously, the USA national team have got their own set.
So to see 3 players from that Morrisville area making the U19 squad, pretty much, that's impressive. That's a small town, it's not that different than maybe, all the talent that comes out of your neck of the woods, Barbados. Not the most populated nation in the West Indies. Always producing excellent cricketers.
Yeah, just 300,000 in terms of that population, but we've been grateful to have produced some real stars of the past. So going back to see him here, Dane Pete, the captain.
Fodke's been very effective at keeping the run rate down.
Well, this will be runs. Just cut through point. Lahira Malantha makes it look so easy. Every time he's able to find the boundary. Just too much width on offer from Rohan Padki. Not going to miss out on that.
I've seen that shot from Lahiru in Morrisville and in Atlanta when he played there. All over the division. Another nice straight drive there to get off of strike.
So looking for that cut again, Shehan Jayasuriya. Unable to find it. 5 from the over, 99 for 4 after 27.
Only 99 runs needed. Or sorry, 97 runs needed. Off of 23 overs remaining. Only a 4.22 run rate required. Oh, the West clearly in the driver's seat right now at this moment. Thanks to this partnership.
So the captain, just 3 overs remaining for him, Dane Pete. And again, another batter's come to the middle and got another start. Lahira Malantha, 15. Can he capitalize on it? How often have we seen batters just throw it away? But he's so far solid in the defense. Hasn't taken too many risks. Malantha?
What is it you think that's caused so many batsmen to get off to a start here and then lose it?
Maybe a lapse in concentration, as well as the fact that, the mindset. A lot of these batters come into this fresh out of T20 cricket, so it is that change. You have to employ a lot more patience in the longer format.
We've seen a lot of careful starts, and then Jayasuriya, he's just now over the 50 strike rate, just over the last couple of overs. Is there any reason for him to push anything right now? I don't think he should feel any pressure. I think we've seen the last 2 days that batters can ease in. And somebody needs to be there. Somebody needs to stay around.
Well, easy goings thus far to bring up the 100, end of 28. 100 for 4, 96 more required. You expect them to be very comfortable at this stage. Long way to go still in this one, though. Another look at the USA Invitational 11. They'll be in action tomorrow. But Nate, another one of the advantages of this facility, just state of the art, to have nets as well towards the back end of the ground. So it does allow you to be able to actually practice your skills. Stephen Taylor there bowling for the USA Invitational 11 in the nets. Expect to see him tomorrow.
Yeah, it's excellent. Every grass facility like this needs.
Malanta, sorry to cut you, Nate. Boundary for him to open up the over. So on the charge now, Lahira Mulanta. Just 20 from 29 deliveries. Great start to the over.
Getting some instruction from Dane Pete. They will be teammates in minor league cricket this year. A lot of Morrisville Cardinals on display the last 2 days.
May not be the top scorer, Lahira Malanta, but I think he stood out to me personally as in terms of the batters I've seen today, just because of how easy he's made it look. On the front foot, just classical. Doesn't look like he ever overhits the ball. Allows it to come onto the bat.
Yeah, he's definitely looked very composed.
And for those that would have seen West Indian cricket, reminds me a lot of a Shamar Brooks, just how classical he is.
I saw him resting, getting ready to bat. Didn't look like he had a care in the world at the time.
So a couple good overs here for the MLC West team. Already 6 from the first 4 deliveries. And if they continue getting those 5 and 6 run overs, this one will be over very soon. Still 6 wickets in hand as well. Bhaskar Yadram very capable. Harmeet Singh also can bat.
For sure. Now that it's within 100 runs, 90 needed now. There's plenty of wickets at hand at this point. And of course, the West will still hope that this partnership lasts a while longer.
In the air, and has he taken it? He has. Just surprised Milanta, the extra bit of bounce. And just what was so easy. Another platform built for Lahira Milanta. He's walking back. Ron Padke finally strikes. Is there one more twist to this tale?
Well, Rohan gets out his Cardinals teammate. And there might have been some question if Faki was going to keep bowling after this over before this wicket. Big, big wicket right there. As Malanta heads back to the dugout. And in comes Shadley Van Schalkwijk. We saw Shadley bowling in the first innings, and he bowled pretty well. He had 1 or 2 rough overs. Otherwise, he's very consistent. Always taking wickets typically. He was one of the top bowlers in the minor league this past year, finishing on some teams of the tournament. But now he's coming in. He's going to have to do it with the bat. Very capable. And we see him coming in ahead of Bhaskar Yadram, who you spoke about.
Yeah, pretty surprising. But Van Scalve and Yadram, both very similar players in terms of with the bat in hand. Like to score pretty aggressively. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays in this role, Van Scalve. Dane Pete, the captain, is still opting to bowl. Shehan Jayasuriya will also be the wicket that they want. They've broken the partnership, but the longer Jayasuriya stays there, well set at the crease will concern them. But you think now, Nate, one wicket here could really bring them back into this game.
Absolutely. I think that would be, they would like to do that here within the next 15 runs or so. I think that would make them feel, you know, like they put forth a good effort here during the game.
So Van Scalve, Shehan Jayasuriya, you would think need to play it around. No real risk needed at this stage.
Ben Schuckwick, just about league average batter for minor league last year, but found himself in a lot of similar situations to this due to the top-heavy nature of the Seattle batting. Either their stars produced or they had to squeeze every last run out. So not a stranger to this type of situation.
Yeah, definitely can bat Shadi Van Scalvik, so don't think the West will be too concerned yet. Less than 100 runs to win. Well set Jayasuriya at the other end. Still a lot of batting to come. Mentioned Bhaskar Yadram, but also Harmeet Singh can bat. So that ends the over. At the end of 30, 107 for 5. And interestingly enough, Nate, you compare the two. Same exact wickets at the 30 over mark. Both lost 5 wickets, but the East team were 122 for 5. Look at this. Shehan Jayasuriya, man in the deep though, and puts it down.
A decent effort out there. I think the wind knocked that one down. I think the fielder thought that was going to carry a little further than it did. Vodke thought he had his man.
Yeah, just a single in the end. But had that been taken, could have been a game-changing moment. So he survived Shehan Jayasuriya. I was just making the point. 122 the East were. The West 107 for 5 after 30. But the main difference was to see the collapse from the East in the last 10 overs.
After all that hard work on the 6th wicket partnership, Sanjay Krishnamurthy falling just shy of a 50.
Apologies for that.
Vodke getting a nice long look from His captain. Future teammates on Morrisville Cardinals this year. So performing like this in front of a fellow like Dane Pete can only help your chances when you're competing against such a tough U19 field in Morrisville for opportunities.
It has kept it tight. Ron Padkey been impressed with what I've seen. Obviously taking the wicket of Malanta in the last over was the crucial part of his bowling display, but other than that, has been pretty consistent. Not the quickest, but I like the discipline, especially bowling to the left-handers. Another left-hander for this team, West. And a great stop by Padkey.
There's a look at what I was talking about before, when I said that Fadke is possibly the best fielder in the country in his age group. There's a look at why. He has taken some stunners over the last couple of years. And in a game like this, every run you can stop is valuable.
Well, they want to have to hurry. Corner dry, such a strong arm, but they get back in the end. Van Skalvik is very quick. He finally gets off the mark to end the over. So at the end of 31, 110 for 5.
Only 86 needed off of the next 19 overs. Dane Pete's going to stay on, bowl his last over. You would imagine that he would with the lefties.
Overs of just 20 runs. Really been good. Dane Pete bowling to the left-handers. Much prefers, pretty much like any other off spinner would, to bowl to the left-handers with the ball going away as another dimension of challenge.
And I do talk a little bit about baseball and cricket and the differences between the two sports. In baseball, usually if you're a left-handed batter, you're going to hate batting against a left-handed pitcher. Right-handed batters don't do as well against right-handed pitchers. And in cricket, especially when it comes to spin, you'll see right-arm off-spinners succeed quite a bit against left-handed batters. So that's one big difference. It's one of the little details that interest a lot of baseball players when I talk to them about it. And the reason for that is because the ball's breaking away from the batter, away from the batter's eyes and hands, and it's just trickier. It's a little bit more harder. It's a little bit more difficult to get a good piece of that, get a good clean piece of that ball with your bat.
Yeah, this is good from Dane Pete. A couple of tight overs here for the West. I think we'll send that required rate up to fast 5 and over, which then becomes a bit touchy with just 5 wickets in hand. May have to invite one of these batters to take on a risk at some stage. And he does that, almost missing, almost hitting really, nearly missing those stumps. Dane Pete thought he had his man.
Just gets through, and you could see Dane so disappointed. He knew he had him beat.
Moves on to 40 now, Shayan Jayasuriya. Has tried, though, to take on these spinners, but hasn't really got it out the middle.
Well played there by Shadley. Pretty easily scoring 2. Oh, nice throw there. Made it not so easy.
Yeah, he thought that it was going to the bowler's end. Almost fell asleep there, Shadley Van Schalvik. 2 to end the over. Had a lot of work to do in the deep. So at the end of 32, 115 for 5. Just think, Nate, a couple tight overs here. Only going at 3.5. That required rate now gone up to 4.5. But what you don't want to be seeing as a batting team, even though, yes, you've got a well-set Jayasuriya, you don't want to see it increasing to more than 5 and over. Could get a bit difficult.
Right. And Vodke stays on. He has 3 overs left in his quota. Let's see if he has the chance to turn the tide of this game even more than he already has. Very big opportunity for this youngster to make a mark today against a very strong West team.
Oh, he has made a mark. Has he? No, he hasn't. Smith Patel, very quick. Hit the glove work, and it will be a wide as well. Down the leg side. That back leg didn't move, though, so good decision from the square leg umpire, Martin Imnandar. Almost had their man. Another delivery that keeps so low. Now, last couple of overs, Nate, they are beginning to ask some questions. Jayasuriya has had some close calls. In the last over, the big slog sweep, he missed, almost hit the stumps. Then the previous over, dropped at the boundary, just didn't carry to the fielder.
Yeah, he's definitely seen some issues here. He's struggling with these 2 bowlers, it seems to me. The you kind of want him to take on that boundary fielder over there on the square side because of the wind, but he mishit it enough that the wind actually helped keep him safe, helped keep him from getting out. So just bad luck there 2 overs ago for Rohan Fatke. And also, a little bit of bad luck there for Dane Pete. Both big chances to get this big player out.
Just saying something's going to happen here in the air, but again, straight to Pete. And they're going to scalp him for 1. Misfield, awkward bounce to Dane Pete. Usually a very safe fielder. Every run's so crucial at this stage.
Just hit there on the edge of the square, looks like to me. Into some tough areas to field. I think Pete looking for the ball to bounce up a little bit.
Well, the cover drive, will it make it to the boundary? It does. Cody Shetty can't cut it off. He took that brilliant catch early on, but this time, Van Schalvik just pummeled it down to the boundary.
Just out of Chetty's reach there.
Much needed, very valuable boundary from Shadley Van Schalvik.
Very easy to injure your fingers the way that Chetty dove for that.
So another single. This is turning out to be a good over 7 from it. Help bring down that required run rate. Just over 4 and over needed. Work to be done again in the onside. Just another single. So 8 from the over. Going along nicely the West. Another batter's coming and another batter's got to start. But can he capitalize and win this game? Van Schalvik.
Fadke now at 35 runs from 8 overs with the wicket. Could have easily had 2 wickets today. But if you're Jayasuriya and you're batting against a youngster like Rohan Phadke, and this is no slander against Phadke at all, this is just young bowlers tend to miss their spots a little bit more often than more experienced seasoned bowlers. It's really no chance to try to force something. You can kind of just wait for the bowler to give you his chance to score runs safely. Cricket is a game of skill. It's a game of athleticism as well. Both of those things are important, but skill is incredibly important. And anytime you're talking about a skill, you're talking about years and years and years of practice that makes you better and better and better. Never perfect, but better. And for bowlers, obviously, the more experience you have, the more years you have behind you, the more accurate you're going to be, and the more heady you're going to be. So it wouldn't make any sense to try to go after, make something happen against a young bowler in this situation.
Mohamed Mohsin back into the attack. Bowled his 3 overs, got the wicket, the crucial wicket of Ahmad Azam. Pulls that one down and it'll be 4. Not a good delivery to the left-hander. A man who's been there for 77 deliveries. Nothing ball from Mohsin. Jayasuriya will pounce on that every day of the week.
Absolutely, yeah. You can't make that mistake to a player like Jayasuriya in the position that he is, where he's been there all day long. He's not going to miss that. And as long as you're getting those balls every once in a while, you're under very little pressure to make something happen. Oh, very nice there. Just reached out and tapped that one to the fine leg. Beautifully well done.
Well, back-to-back boundaries for Jayasuriya. And also goes to his 50 as well. So Shehan Jayasuriya, what a half century it's been. Much needed from his team. Someone had to show responsibility, had to put their hand up if they were going to get close to these runs. And now you think 1 foot in the door, but he's got to finish the job.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he's going to fail right now. Maybe he got a second life there with that ball that died in front of the boundary fielder a few overs back. But this was our first half century in the tournament since Aaron Jones yesterday's first innings. Ouch.
Just hit Smith Patel's shirt on the knee. Quick delivery from Mohamed Mohsin. That's going to hurt. So
Oof.
maybe feeling the effects. Also down the leg side. Never easy, those flush on the bone.
Very painful.
Seems to be okay though. Up and walking, Smith Patel.
And here comes the trainer to take a look. That's just been waved back. Always ready.
Asha Mosley, the MLC trainer. Another swing and a miss. Very quick through the air, Mohamed Mohsin. The real advantage for him is the fact that he does have that googly which he can rely on so often. The leg spinner. But can't beat the third man fielder. I tell you, Rohan Phadke really is an impressive fielder.
Yeah, that was a great stop. You're going to need those if you want to stay in this game. Just stop those boundaries. That would have been a boundary for certain. Stop those. Stop the singles when you can. Wait for a breakthrough.
Anytime you're chasing a small total, you have a couple of big overs, that required rate comes right down. Less than 4 and over needed. And the 34, 132 for 5.
And Adi Gupta gets the ball now. For the East, another Morrisville Cardinal. Tell you what, this is the right game for me to call, isn't it? All these Morrisville Cardinals all over the place. Adi Gupta, young, talented, very talented leg spin bowler. Can absolutely smash the ball. Fearless batter. Hit Rohan Posanapalli for 3 straight sixes in the U19 National Championships last year. Fearless player for the most part. Injured his knee pretty badly last year. There were questions of whether or not he would make the U19 squad in time for the since canceled Canada challenge, basically. Oh, that one gets through.
So another easy 2, Shane Jasura really scoring well. Sorry, that was Charlie Van Scalvik.
Dane having a little bit of trouble there on the edge of the on the edge of the square today.
I want to look at Aditya Gupta. Well, heard a lot about this young leg spinner. Also saw Yasser Muhammad yesterday. So, tell you, boy, the talent in the USA just got some of everything.
It's great, isn't it? Especially in the spin department. Some good young batters. You saw Sai Mukkamalla. We've seen Sanjay. We saw Sanjay today. Both Sai and Sanjay.
Haven't seen Krishnamurthy with the ball in hand yet. Probably because of the left-handed Jasura at the crease.
Single there right off the hip. Adi Gupta is a very talented young player. Hurt his knee pretty badly last year. Missed out on the selection camp, but he went to the selection camp anyways for the learning experience. Earned some praise from his coaches and teammates for that. Has a couple of older brothers who are also pretty good cricketers. All of them are very strong.
Well, that one from way behind the stumps, so trying to mix it up, change it up in terms of variation. Big challenge though, bowling to 2 left-handers. We'll test the googly, the change-up delivery from the back of the hand. So just a single to close the over at the end of 35, 137 for 5, and there'll be drinks. So it's 59 more needed. That required rate just under 4 and over. You would expect the West, with 2 well-set batters now at the crease, should be able to see this home. So ready to resume at PV5. 15 overs left in this encounter. You would think they wouldn't want to use all of those.
Looks like Cody Chetty with the ball right now. Is that correct, or is that Mohammed Mohsin?
Mohammed
That's
Mohsin, the leg
okay.
spinner.
Yep.
And he gets this one through. Just squeeze it through. Van Skalvik. Does it have enough on it to get all the way? It does. So more runs. The flow continuing after the drinks break. Van Skalvik's played a gem of an innings here, but the key will be to finish it off. Just played it so late so he could get it behind square through the gap for 4.
That seems to have been working pretty well. For those who have taken that approach.
Again, not wanting to challenge the arm of Rohan Padki. He's been a brilliant fielder today, Nate, so far.
It's par for the course for Rohan. Lots of fun to watch in the field. One of my favorite things about cricket is the fielding.
Very quick through the air, Mohammed Mohsin. Like, unable to break through the defenses. Well, Van Skalvik. Another single to him. Required run rate less than 4 and over. Expect the West. In fact, let me ask you, Nate, whose corner would you rather be in at this stage?
Well, I'd rather be where the West are right now. Needing less than 4 runs per over at this point. 5 wickets in hand. We talked last innings that at the time the East would have wanted to get to 40 overs without losing their 6th wicket. I think the West probably are thinking a little bit differently now than that. I think they're thinking about this partnership trying to go all the way.
So Aditya Gupta, just the one over before the drinks break. We'll continue. 54 now needed. All depends on Shehan Jayasuriya. A lot, I should say, depends on him. But Van Skalvik has done already well to support him.
Yeah, absolutely. The 2 lefties here with Dane Pete out of overs to bowl. Pete obviously looking for solutions to this problem, hoping that Adi Gupta can clean up one of these 2 guys. Good stop there. But with the fielder going to his left on that one, it was going to be a single. There's a little bit of extra bounce in that one.
Well, in the air, off the inner half. They don't really get the execution. Lined it up like you wanted it down the ground. Just one in the end.
Last ball of the over to come. Ooh.
Almost to the defenses.
Let's look at this one again.
Wow.
Ooh.
The leg spin back into and almost beat really went through the gate of Van Schalkwyk. Just missed the stumps. End of 37, 145 for 5. So the off-spin option, Milind Kumar back into the attack. I think the NP desperately needing to take a wicket at this stage. So he's going to the off-spin option. We'll get more runs for it.
Nearly stopped there. Kumar reached out, got a piece of it, but it wasn't enough.
Very short from Milind Kumar. Trying to find that rhythm. Always hard when you first come into the attack to just be straight on the money.
Yeah, hard and quick there.
And I have to hurry. Van Schalkwyk gets there in the end quite easily. Aditya Gupta picked up cleanly, but no point throwing at that stage.
Just got to take a bite of the apple there. Just eat it. Don't throw it away. Ooh. Edge there. Cody Shetty stops it nicely.
Dot delivery. This time though, does dab it. Fine enough for a single.
A lot of good wicket keepers here this week. Each team has a very solid wicket keeper slash batsman. Here we have Smith Patel. And the West have Lahiru Malantha, as we discussed before. USA, obviously Manok Patel, and Andres House in the Central. Many of the major league players, the minor league players that I talked to, chose Andres House to lead the league this year. And that was an excellent little punch there, little poke by Jayasuriya, actually by Shadley for 4.
Well, I just stepped outside to deal with some technical difficulties, Nate, and I can tell you, I feel like a tornado is happening at the moment. The amount of wind, and only can you imagine how much Shayan Jayasuriya and Charlie Van Schalkwyk are having to deal with that wind blowing right in the grill of the helmet.
I had to make a couple phone calls today in this, and I just had to go behind one of the sight screens on
Comes
the other
down the
ground.
track again. Jayasuriya's second boundary in the over. Clearly wants to be over with this game very soon. less than 50, less than 40 actually to win. And clearly predicting the flight of Aditya Gupta. Always a risk. I'm pretty surprised he's bowling with mid-off up in the circle, bowling that full. But I think may have not been the intent, but because Jayasuriya used his feet, he created that full length for himself. Long off, mid-off now moves back to long off now.
Yeah, lots of wind. You don't need the help of the wind, though, when you smack it that hard along the ground.
Leaves it this time. I wonder how, love to see the battle when you are struck for a couple boundaries. Makes the bowler think a lot differently. Have to reball that one, so trying to change things up. Gupta. This has been a masterclass performance from Shreyan Jayasuriya though. Ooh, almost trying to dab it as late as possible, but unable to get any bat on it.
There it is. Now it's going to run away for 4 for sure.
And that'll be the third.
Oh, it just died. It actually died. I think I cursed it.
It doesn't get to the boundary.
Did the wind knock that one down?
Yeah, just blew it back in. So just 2, but a big over. 12 from it. Just 33 needed from the final 11 overs. The West well on their way to victory in this one.
We just talked a few overs ago about which position we would rather be in, and now it's pretty clear. Just a few overs ago, just a handful of overs ago, it was a little bit of a game. It's hard to imagine that now.
Yeah, that's all because of Jayasuriya, but also the way Van Scalve has batted as well. 29 is coming quick time, just 32 deliveries, under a runner ball. But that's been mighty valuable, and it shows you how good of a surface this has been. Yes, you have that variable amounts to deal with, but you do get runs. Almost every batter's gotten a start. It's all about how you catch on. Most of these dismissals have been batters getting themselves out. Lapses in concentration and just making vital mistakes. But Van Scalve has been safe. He's taken on the bowling at the right time.
And here comes Cornet dry.
So maybe just looking to have some pace on the ball. Cornet dry. Dane Pete, the captain, trying everything to get that wicket.
Yeah, we've seen some good pace bowling over the last couple of days. We saw an awful lot of spin today. In this innings, especially. But Cornet Dry definitely one of the top seam bowlers, one of the top fast bowlers in the country. We've talked a lot about Church Street Park and Morrisville and Morrisville Cardinals. When Cornet Dry came there, he really gave everyone a thrill. People were talking about him for a while afterwards. He performed very well. Ooh.
Yeah, good short ball from Cornet Dry. So 3 dot deliveries to start. You think now just 33 needed. Gonna need a miracle from this stage. Maybe like 2 wickets in and over.
Yeah. At least. And they're going to need it quickly. There's not really anybody left in the West batting that's none of the batters left in their team are useless. Every one of them can do some damage, so it's kind of the point of no return at this right now.
Finally able to get off the mark, Van Skalvik. When I say get off the mark, obviously meaning in this over. 3-dot balls prior to that single. But he really went for it. Shanji Asura. No real connection.
Can we talk about some of the missions of Major League Cricket, of minor league cricket, and how a lot of these guys are coaches? Most of these guys are coaches in their areas of their minor league team. And Cornet Dry is one of the players that seems to really get the picture, talking to him about the mission of minor league cricket, Major League Cricket, and the role, the importance of the role of bringing the youth along. Cornet Dry definitely has a great head on his shoulders, and he seems to really understand his role in the big picture.
Goes for the Yorker, Dry, just unable to sneak through. Well kept up by Jester in the end. And the 40, 164 for 5. So you will go back to Aditya Gupta. They concede 12 in the last over. But clearly Dane Pete's seeing something in him to try and get that wicket that they so desperately need. Last 10 overs here. And in those last 10, between 30 overs 30 and 40, 42 runs scored, Nate. So just shows you at time at the crease. So beneficial. This pair been able to really score quickly.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Dane Pete sticking with the youth. This is definitely in his MO. Some say maybe even to a fault to a little bit, but I think he gets the bigger picture. He's fully invested in the youth, in the young players, and this is one of the reasons why the Morrisville Cardinals wanted him around, because they have so many young players. It's hard to get if you don't commit to it, you're never going to give them enough chances. You're never going to get all that many youngsters enough chances.
I've seen a couple of dot deliveries in the last couple of overs.
And we can contrast Dane's style today to the first innings, where Rohan Posanapalli bowled only 3 overs.
Full toss, but Van Skalvik straight to the man.
We did see a good throw from Arjun Vajala at the end of the first innings to take the 10th wicket. Ooh.
Well, this one will go into the boundary. Another pull down from Aditya Gupta. And how often do we see that from the leg spinner? Well, it was turning out to be a very good over. Just a long hop in the end. So they're getting that 3 runs needed, actually less than 3 runs needed now with that boundary per over.
Adi has struggled a little bit with his accuracy today. Yesterday we saw Yasser Muhammad. Oh, there we go.
Not out, says
Not
the
out.
umpire. Have to see that one again.
Yeah,
May just be sliding down.
let's take a look at that.
Yeah, maybe going down the leg side.
Have to say the production crew has done an excellent job getting the replays up there quickly.
Look how low that one is kept. Almost sneaking through. So Van Skalvik's had to be very watchful for those deliveries that haven't risen.
Our camera operator's done an excellent job as well.
In the 41, 9 overs remain, just 28 more to get for victory. 168 for 5.
Yeah, we saw Yasser Muhammad yesterday, the other young leg spinner for the USA U19 team. Performed pretty well, earned his 2 wickets, I felt. Bright future for USA in that department. And of course, we've talked at length about the left arm orthodox spin in the country being very strong, very deep. It's tough to choose. It's tough to choose your guy these days.
So we'll go back to the seam of Cornet Dry. You would expect just 3 runs per over needed. Should be a walk in the park from here. Really fires that one in. Try. Talk to me about this knock from Shanja Asura though, Nate. 61 still going. The main reason why they're so close to that 196 needed for victory.
Definitely, he was very methodical about the way he started his batting. Nice and slow and nice and easy. Didn't take a lot of chances early on. And we've said, as you said, we've seen a lot of people get off to a start. So that doesn't seem to be the question. But Jayasuriya did answer the big question today. Who's going to stand up and get a half century?
Goes short again. This time goes straight up. But would you believe it? Smith Patel. What a catch that is. Diving full stretch to his right. And the short ball, he's gone to that option quite often today. Finally works for Cornet Dry. He's taken a big wicket of Jayasuriya.
I have to say the amount of ground that Smith Patel covered running for that ball. When it first went up, I was wondering whose ball that was. And Smith Patel did not come into my mind for the first couple of guys. But he must have run a good 20 yards to get to that ball.
Well, 3 fielders all came together. What a knock it's been, though, Jayasuriya. If his team can get home from here, which they should, but I expect him that to be a match-winning innings. 3 fielders converged under it, and Smith Patel, the keeper, diving full length. Superb catch in the end. Look at the bounce that Cornet Dry was able to get.
And how many wickets have we seen taken that same way? With that bounce, we've seen a lot.
So in comes Bhaskar Yadram. So the 2 all-rounders for the West team. Just 28 needed, though. You wonder, was it a bit too late? Dane Pete bowled a lot of spin at Shanja Asura. Just wonder if Dry could have come back into the attack a bit sooner.
Yeah, maybe. Especially after Dane had bowled himself out against all those left-handed batters. And Yadram, he can hit the ball a mile. Let's see. He doesn't have to hit the ball a mile. He has plenty of time to score these runs. He tends to be in a hurry, though.
Just wonder if the new bat at the crease now will change the way that Van Scavet plays. Really need 3 or 4 singles and over, which is very easy from here on in.
The depth of talent in this West team. We're just now getting to Bhaskar Yadram. We have Harmeet Singh, Karmai, Umir Khan, left.
That one way too short. Going to be given a wide. So really no chance of hitting that one, Shadley Van Schalkwyk. Another short delivery. Given one for the over. I'm not sure why the wide wasn't given one for the over. Or even the wicket taking delivery. Both of those were pretty much head height.
Bhaskar Yadram on the non-striker's end right now. One of the most destructive batters in minor league cricket last year. Ranked in the top 20 of batters in the entire league. 27 teams. Yadram ranked as one of the top 20 most effective batters. Talked about that total impact figure. I'm talking about his ranking according to the total impact figure, which ranks the batters in runs above or below the average player in the league. So Bhaskar Yadram accounted for 75 more runs than a player in his typical batting position throughout the league. For what that's worth.
A successful over for Cornet Dry gets the wicket. 26 needed for victory. End of 42, 170 for 6. So expect this one to be over relatively soon. Your last day with us, Nate.
Yep, sadly, it's gone by so fast, partly because of how busy we've all been, and partly because I'm having a great time.
We will see how much have you enjoyed this Houston Challenge so far.
I've loved it. It's been a pleasure and a real privilege to be here, to see all these great cricketers, all these talented people, all in the same place at the same time, to see how the operation goes. It's great to see. I've really enjoyed myself. It's put a lot of things into perspective. And here is Bhaskar Yadram. I think he wants to send us out in style. 29 sixes in the minor league cricket season last year. Most of them clearing the ropes by an awful lot of yards.
First delivery face for Yadram. So finally Aditya Gupta, the leg spinner, gets the ball to a right-hander. Should be an interesting matchup. And a misfield means it will get through for a single. Off the mark straight away, Yadram. I think Van Schalkwyk, 24 runs left, 14 away from his 50. He'll be eyeing that half century. But if I know Shadley Van Schalkwyk well, he won't even be thinking about that. Such a team player. Just wants to do what's best for the team.
Definitely.
Really has looked the part today. 2 is the call. Should be 2 quite easily in the end.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be throwing to Shadley's end very often on those 2. He runs so well. I have to say the umpiring standard has been very good the last 2 days, hasn't it?
Yeah, very high quality umpires present at this Houston Challenge. anytime you don't have much to say about the umpires, always tells you that they're doing a good job. Another single into the deep. So picked up a run at least off of every delivery of this over. Getting very near to that 196 needed.
No reason to do anything other than that. The runs are there.
Another wicket now, though. Maybe another 2 wickets is what would make it pretty interesting. The wickets will be the only way that they can win this game. The MLC East team, not a lot of runs on the board. You think the batting was really where they really fell down, Nate?
Yeah, that's the big shame for them. I don't think they've bowled terribly bad. But, yeah, their batting didn't hold up. And that's with, I think you can credit some of that to Obas Pinar being out for the East with his recovering still from his injury, with his left arm there. I think that has a lot to do with it. But from what I've seen from him, he seems like he's very close to being 100%.
Why is the over? After 43, 175 for 6.
Only 21 needed off of 7 overs. Shadley at 39 from 49 runs really has batted very well. Seems very comfortable with this role. Still possible for him to get a half century today. But he's going to need the strike, which he has right now. And Corny Dry is happy to put it up near his ears.
I didn't see a warning from the umpire there. Another short delivery past the head.
I think maybe the ball went a little lower than they thought it would. But it did seem to warrant a warning to me. Definitely stayed lower than I thought it would when I saw where it bounced.
Yeah, just 21 needed. Joy has bowled well though in his second spell. Hasn't conceded many runs. Another short delivery. He's consistently going to the short ball. I think he's also looking for that variable bounce. If he's able to threaten the batters with that short delivery, he will have one where could possibly stay down. And that could cause some problems.
Yeah, for sure. It would cause problems for most people, I think. Shadley scored 259 runs last year in minor league cricket from 247 balls, often in situations like this where he had to just stretch out the innings for his team. Runs very well, as you can see. Not a big 6-hitter in 12 innings. He hit 8 sixes. Of course, this being a very different format, he's not going to be looking to do things like that. Yadrim now on strike from the highway end.
Couple of big blows, Nate, from Bhaskar Yadram.
He certainly can do it. I think Corny Dry is going to want to put some questions in his mind to start with.
He goes short. And we tuck it on. Bhaskar Yadram just on the bottom of the bat. So I think the message to Yadram, though, would be limit the risks. Just see this one home. And also want to probably spend some time in the middle. First time batting in this tournament.
Right.
Fire it in. Full toss, but just be a single. Looking for that Yorker corner dry. Just 2 from the over. 19 now needed for victory from the last 6. 177 for 6.
And Shadley on strike with 10 needed for his 50. Just 19 runs needed. Shadley is going to get the chance, I think, to get a half century. I'm sure he'll take pride in that, given so many fine batters have had the opportunity and fallen short. So we have Adi Gupta still with the ball. As I mentioned before, Dame Pete not at all shy to give young bowlers chances. Very supportive of them. The lessons that can be learned today are more important than the outcome for him.
Shot that powerfully. Basket Adram. But unable to get it through that cover fielder. Rohan Patke has just been everywhere in the field today.
Nick, when you were down there at the U19 World Cup, were there any players in the Caribbean that really stood out to you? Any West Indies U19 players that really kind of surprised you that you didn't know too much about beforehand?
Well, I knew a lot about most of the players, but I think it was good to see the wake of the likes of Kevin Wickham, Rivaldo Clark, Teddy Bishop, and others really came to the party for the West Indies. They were hit by COVID, so other players had to stand up. Did that well. Game getting interesting here, though. A couple of dot deliveries. Always happens when a wicket just lost that wicket at the wrong time. The MLC West. 19 needed. It's just taking a while for these two to score in the last couple of overs. Just 2 runs from the last over. Now 5 dots.
Yeah, I think for the East, they will have to take wickets here to have a chance, but most importantly, whose wicket goes first?
What a delivery that is to end the over. The leg spinner beats the outside edge. End of 45, 5 remain, 19 to win. You never know. Things getting very interesting here.
On this pitch right now, it seems like very advantageous for Shadley to have been in this long. So you got to think the East really want to take his wicket right now in this over. And Cornet Drive will take another whack at it. Great figures for him. 23 runs from 8 overs with a wicket. You know he'll want to have done better than that even. More so his team would have been able to use better than that. But he's not been a slouch by any means.
All of a sudden, that required run rate now going up close to 4 and over. Couple good overs from Cornet Dry, and Aditya Gupta has brought them back in this game. Could they really lose from here? Have to wait and see.
Anything can happen.
Another short delivery.
Did he warn him? There's been no warning there. Do you think you earn some leeway as a fast bowler? You continue to pound that length?
Well, my understanding of the rule was that anything over shoulder height had to be a warning, and I mean, that was clearly over. So not sure why The umpires didn't warn him. I'll find out after the game for sure. But a lot of dot deliveries. Every dot delivery now builds pressure. Need to find a boundary. Van Schalk just won. Still very manageable. 4 runs per over needed, but you don't want to, Nate, just chasing 195. You don't want to let things get this close.
No, you absolutely do not. Like you said, they've dropped off a lot on their run rate since the wicket, which tends to happen. This is not, Bhaskar Yadram is more of a big hitter. The pitch isn't super flat right now. Oh, here comes Courtney Dry. Let's see how he'll attack. Another one just a little bit short, but definitely under the bat there of Bhaskar Yadram, who eats one right on his body.
Really surprised that they've taken this long to get this 195, and also make me wonder, what does it mean for the rest of the tournament? You want to be just getting to that 250 and plus in a 50 over game pretty regularly. Taking so long to get these runs. Now things getting uncomfortable. And another great stop from Rohan Padkey. Another dot ball. Crowd rate gone past 4 now.
So we can say that Adi Gupta, Courtney Dry have kept them in this game, but I'd like to say that Rohan Padkey has also really kept them in this game. Definitely saved a few runs at various points. I think fielding those cleanly without having the ball run away from you right now for a single is very important at this point when your opposition only need 18 runs to win. So there's no way to overvalue that kind of fielding. Oh,
But has he got bat on it? They're all claiming it. But umpire Matin Imamdar not interested. They may have just brushed the pad on the way through. Yeah, maybe the pants, actually.
Yadram is saying it hit him in the pants. He seems to be signaling that.
A little close for comfort. 18 now needed. 25 deliveries.
I would keep this strategy going if I were Courtney Dry. That length seems to be very tricky right now. Oh, there you go. Nice stop. Nice stop.
Just one from the over. 4.5 runs required now. 18 to get. And since the wicket of Shayan Jayasuriya, the scoring rate not only stopped, it's trickled.
Yeah, we definitely have a game on our hands right now. It's been a while since we've seen a boundary. And Shadley being still in the middle right now is absolutely key. What an innings he's played in the context of everything at this point.
Yeah, but if they don't get home from here, Nate, it won't be highlighted as much. Need to find a win as hit a more senior batter at the crease. Been there for a long time, 55 deliveries. You think has to take this game on, take the situation on.
Yeah, Shadley has to be the one to do it right now. We've seen other players in the tournament at this point not succeeding.
Straight down the ground, just one.
Straight
So Bhaskar Yadram, you mentioned his hard-hitting ability, 2 from 15 balls. So yes, you want to play yourself in, but it's meant now that the East have come back into this game.
For sure, and he does not seem comfortable. He does not seem to be very happy right now.
Flights. That was the delivery Yadram wanted to take on. So Aditya Gupta is going to challenge him, Bhaskar Yadram. I like that, though. I like that plan. Take the risk. Flight 1. Does have protection in the deep mid-wicket. Cow corner, long on, long off. Again goes for it. And again a big swing and a miss. Much slower through the air. Aditya Gupta.
Good turn on the ball there. Yeah, Yadram losing his shape a little bit.
But he connects with that, and it's going to be 4. Bangs the commentary box. Bhaskar Yadram, a long time coming. He waited for it, tried the first 2 deliveries in this over. But now Gupta goes short, pulls it down, and Yadram positions it well in the gap. Splits the 2 fielders between long on and that deep mid-wicket.
And now you got a little bit of a taste about what Bhaskar Yadram is all about. That ball got to the boundary in a split second.
Well, this one full. There is a man in the deep at cover. Will he get to it? He does. Coming back for 2. Got to hurry. In the end, good cricket from Bhaskar Yadram. First 2 short, now a bit too full. Just 11 now needed. They needed this over. The West just to ease the nerves.
Yeah, Yadram now 8 from 19 after what was he, just a second ago? 2 from 17.
So interestingly enough, mid-on up in the circle. Big risk now. Bowling to Bhaskar Yadram. If he's too full, Yadram will go over that man. Won't even hesitate about it. Loves to play down the ground. And you can see, tried it. Has he hit? Been hit in front. Umpire Jermaine Lindo not interested. Yadram trying to play across that to hit into the onside. This is a good spell from Aditya Gupta under pressure.
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe
Looks like
just
it
going
was
down leg.
Just going down leg. I think that was a good call by the umpire.
Hit pretty high up. Bhaskar Yadram, so ends the 47th. 11 needed from the final 3. Should still get home from here. The West, 185 for 6.
We have Cornet Dry with 1 over left.
Let's take a look at some wickets.
This is a big over.
Let's have a look at some wickets we had throughout the day. Justin Dill started really well. First delivery got David White. What a peach that was. Just the variable bounce. Sami Aslam, that wasn't a wicket, but that was a good delivery. Showed the challenge to the left-hander. Bat live, Van Skalvik down to fine leg, just another single. 10 needed. So 2 hits away. Just pushing him back, Cornet Dry.
Yadram, the type of batter who's going to want to finish this off with a couple of big hits.
Be looking for the boundary. Bhaskar Yadram. Well, takes on the short ball, slaps that in front of square. And it won't run into the boundary. Somehow, that thick grass. Actually, it's not thick grass. I'm not sure why.
Must have been the wind there, or he just didn't get enough of that ball, flat batting it back over the bowler like he did. Just must not have gotten enough of it. But it's 2 runs. 8 to win. The last over there pretty much put them in the driver's seat without question.
So 188 for 6.
The fact that this innings even got close the way it did just goes to show the importance of early wickets.
Well, goes short again, and he's taking it on. Man in the deep, though. And puts it down. Aditya Gupta. So it comes back for 2, Bhaskar Yadram. Got under it, but that win makes it very difficult to take those. Just evaded him in the end.
Adi's going to beat himself up for that one. Should have been a catch there. Definitely difficult with this amount of wind. Anything that goes up in the air softly is going to be difficult. Anything that goes up in the air at all is going to be difficult. But when it's not hit very well, it's totally at the mercy of the wind.
So Cornage on 2 occasions is both short. Bhaskar Yadram's taking it on. Where does he go now? Goes full. Yadram predicts it though. And it will be through the covers, through the gap. This time, it just go for 4. So a boundary, just 2 away now from victory. Bhaskar Yadram, this is what you talked about, Nate, in terms of the scoring.
Yes, he does like to score quickly and in bunches. And obviously the East would have liked to have gotten him out when he was hurting the team before he started to help the team. When he had only 2 runs off of 15 balls. Now he's made up for that slow start of his.
16 off of 24 for Yadram, 194 for 6. 2 to win. Can't find the 2, so that ends the over. Just 2 runs for victory. 194 for 6.
Yadram trying to spend a little bit of extra time in the middle today, taking a drinks break with 2 runs needed to win. May as well milk it for all you can.
So this is Gupta. Will probably what's the final over of the day. Just 2 will win. Prolonging this. These 2 in the middle. Just 2 runs left for victory. I don't think they even know that.
And that should be just 1.
Scores are level. Just 1 run to win. Inside edge, almost back onto his stumps.
Adi Gupta getting his 8th over here. "37 runs given up so far. No wickets.
Well, there it is. That will be the finish.
And it's taken by Josh Escombe.
Maximum.
Outside of the
A
Field
maximum
play.
to end the game. Basque Yadram ends it with a statement. And really and truly, the MLC West team have been dominant throughout the day. First with the ball in hand, now with the bat. Took a while to get there, but in the end, they've got the win. That's the most important thing. And they will march on in this Houston Challenge, picking up winning their first game for the East. A lot to think about. Back-to-back losses. Quick look at the scorecard. Sami Aslam and Shianja Asuri, that partnership took the game away. But then they fought back the East with wickets of Hamad Azam. Milanta came in, got a start. Van Skalvik was brilliant for his 44 not out. And Basque Yadram with his power, ending on 22 from 28. So 201 for 6 inside the 49th over in terms of the bowling. 2 wickets for Dill. Just 3 overs, which is pretty surprising for him. But 1 apiece for Dry, Padke, Milan Kumar, and Mohamed Mohsin. Final thoughts from you, Nate?
Well, I think it was a better game than we thought it would be after the first innings. The early failures by the West batting made it so. And we got to see Jayasuriya stand up and Shadley Benchkalkwik stand up. And both of them put a good case for player of the match.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Do join us tomorrow when we have the USA Invitational 11 back in action against the Central team. Night 1 live, 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. Do join us then.